And our first order of business is introductions. Nina, would you like to start off?
Yes, Nina Bacchus, cattle representative. We live north of Helena and we raise cows and sheep. Having trouble with calving. We've lost, the last I knew, we'd lost over 30 calves. They've done a lot of blood tests and liver tests. And they've finally come to the conclusion, the really dry grass, there's a real shortage of minerals and vitamins in the grass. And even though we had them on minerals, it's not assimilating in their bodies as fast as possible. So all the calves are getting major vitamin and mineral shots at birth, and we can keep them alive. And
So are they dying after birth or right at birth or?
right at birth, they tend to, they're born weak and die fairly shortly. But just for all producers out there, whatever they're raising, we've had a real dry year for a couple of years. And the nutrition in the grass out there isn't what we think it is. And so if they can try and help their livestock out before babies are born, they will have a possibility, but even then it might be too late in gestation. So we're looking at the fog this morning. William and I were talking. My mother always said a storm in 6 weeks. His father said 90 days you were going to get moisture. So
Alan said
very,
that to me
very
this morning.
hopeful and looking forward to, even if we have gentle rains all through the year, that would be great. We'll take them.
June 26th.
And
Hey.
and the Helena hockey team, you guys can laugh if you want. They went to the nationals. They competed against the top teams in the nation in their league. And we came home the champions. They won the Fraser Cup. So if I sound hoarse, some of it's a cold, some of it I have been yelling for days. So
No, did you go out and watch them then? No. probably
we were at the rink by 3:30 every day because our team played at 7 o'clock every day, but the other team, whichever team, which we might have to face, played at 4 o'clock. So we went to see how they were doing. So we sat at the rink.
not.
at
So it
least
was here in town?
No, it was in
Oh.
St. Louis. I got in from St. Louis yesterday.
Good word, calving. Okay, so.
That's all right.
That's the
all
joys
right.
of being retired, isn't
Well, I sat in the rink, I was in the rink at least by 3:30 every day and we never left until 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And so, oh, Jake, it was so fun. We won the semifinals and the final in the last 2 minutes of the game. So lots of yelling, both of them. That's wild. It was wild. So if I fall asleep today, I'm sorry.
Well, we'll try to keep it lively enough that you don't fall asleep. So,
You know, if you get a chance to support and something, by golly, go support them. Even if they're not your own kids, go support them. They need it.
Lily Anderson, dairy representative from south of Livingston, dairy and poultry representative.
Yeah.
We are almost done calving. There's like 4 cows left, which feels great. I just got back. I also have been traveling while we're calving. I just got back from Kansas City for the annual Dairy Farmers of America meeting. And that was pretty cool. Their milk and beef actually looks like it'll be a good year for us. And there's a bunch of new cheese plants going up all over the place, which will be very interesting for supply. So.
William Klein Saucer, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. Hog prices are really keeping steady. The futures are good, and the biggest thing is the cost of production has come down about by 25%. So it really really helping the bottom line. And as far as calving's going, we're done and we're getting anxious to get in the field to start seeding, but we had 4 or 5 inches of snow. And we're thankful for the moisture, but we're ready to go.
Jake Fettis, cattle representative, Manhattan. We got our bull sale done 2 weeks ago yesterday. It's a good feeling. It went well. All the sales have gone well everywhere. It's been really good. Getting ready to start delivering bulls. I gotta go leave for Nebraska tomorrow and then Oregon and Nevada. And so gonna start traveling the country, dropping cattle off. Getting ready to start breeding, start synchronizing cows in about a week again. So it's, we just go from one thing to the next, but cattle market seems good. Everybody's optimistic and looks like things should stay pretty good for the next couple of years.
Greg Witchman, sheep representative. We have sheep and cattle. No lambs, no calves yet. We're a couple weeks out probably on both, so. Let her snow for a while. It just seems strange you're synchronizing and we hit the ground yet. Life has been pretty good, so, yeah, we've got plenty of hay, which was compared to the last 2 years is a huge deal, so. So far, my son's been calving and their calves have been doing good. They've got a few extras, had a few sets of twins and stuff, so life is pretty good.
Al Redfield, cattle representative south of Livingston. It's a little interesting on the Klondike because we're up above everybody and we've had 2 feet of wet snow since the last meeting. And almost dry enough to walk around and not be up to your knees in mud, but then it snowed again on Saturday, so it's back in mud. But we'll take it because the fields are thawed out enough that it's going in. We're started calving. We're about 2/3 done. Our due date was the 15th of March and we had half of them on the ground by then, so things are rolling right along.
Okay, Gene Curry, cattle rep, Blair, and I am officially done calving. The ranch is far from done, but I just calved heifers and my last one calved at 1:45 Friday afternoon. And I was happy to see it. So, the calves have been good. I think the calves have been good. And when you talk about twins, I have a neighbor that I was talking to that, I don't know, they might run 150, but I don't think so, maybe 120. And they had 9 sets of twins out of like just over 100 head of cows. So, you know, that's a lot of twins. I don't know whether they sold any of them or just bumming what they do. I never asked him, but, and, I'm anxious to get farming. My son doesn't like farming very well, so he's not very anxious, but he did mention that we might be seeding peas. And I said, oh, I need to get those in pretty quick then, so I don't know. We had about 4 or 5 inches of fresh snow over the weekend. It snowed pretty much all day Sunday, and but the roads coming down were bare and dry all the way, so that was good. It looked like on the weather map, the road map, that maybe they'd be snowing, but they weren't. They'd warmed up enough. We were below 0 yesterday morning at home. And, so now it's the snow, we get the cold. It's just the way it is. And, you know, the bull sales, we had a neighbor that had a really good bull sale. Old Hereford's, they usually have a good sale, but theirs was exceptional this year, I think. I'm pretty sure they'll operate another year without any problem. So with that, I see we have one guest. Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Ellie Brighton. I'm with Montana Stock Growers Association and happy to be here and hear what you guys have to say.
Well, welcome. And we have a couple of employees, but I guess we'll have you guys on here in a minute. So with that, I'm gonna ask for approval of the minutes from the last board meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all in
I tried
favor?
to proofread them. My English is not very good anyway, but I made sure it looked like it sounded all right.
Okay. All in favor of approving the minutes as presented, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So with that, I've been thinking about this minutes. I go in and sign the minutes after the meeting, after they're approved. And there's somewhere 30 to 40 pages of minutes. And I don't think we need that much, that detailed minutes. I've talked to some other people and they don't feel that we need that detailed minutes. Two reasons, I guess. One, in a private industry, you know, you want to limit your minutes to action items, basically, and discussion items. There's a lot of discussion because you don't want to get into the minutia and leave yourself open to interpretation of what was discussed later on if there's ever an issue. The other thing, we are recorded so that if there's, I mean, in that case, you know, it doesn't make any difference. They can go back and look at the recording and see verbatim what was talked about, what was said, what wasn't said. So, you know, we don't have to do anything today, but I just want to lay that seed out there that I don't think we need, because I think Donna's time could be better spent than transcribing 40 pages of minutes. And so you can think about that, and next meeting, we're gonna pursue it a little further. Okay?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And Brian, maybe you know the answer. I know that the recordings are kept for a while. But then I don't think they're kept in perpetuity. I think, whereas our minutes, which there's, you know, they're here. We have a copy of our minutes. And if you don't know the timeline on that, could you get that for our discussion later?
I certainly will, Mr. Chair, Ms. Bogus. The board keeps them on the website. I'm just scrolling down now just to see if I can get that quickly. Until January 2023, and then below that, you can click on, and I think it goes back a bunch of years, but I'll verify. Yeah, let's see here.
Well, I'm talking about
Forever.
is it the Secretary of State's office? Keep a file, but they don't keep them forever.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down and
This department does.
I'm already down to 2017, 2016
Okay,
unavailable minutes, video, agenda, the whole thing, so.
And that's probably about, I mean.
2016 when
About the time it started.
2015, when I think it was 15.
2020, May 17th, 2014 is the first entry.
Okay, so in the 13th session, I passed a bill, they had to record the minutes.
So they're all there. And I'll verify with Tom probably or ITS that there's archives somewhere.
okay, and just for thought, because I have gone back and researched minutes. I find it way easier to go back and research the written minutes than to go back and sit there for hours watching the.
Oh, exactly. I'm not saying we eliminate written minutes. I'm just saying we condense them.
Well, and typically, and I've done minutes for a whole bunch of different, you only record the action item, thing that you passed, and the things that you have to do action on. Because those are the only official business that happened. Discussion doesn't need to be in there.
I guess talking to the Lieutenant Governor about that, she said if something that's on the agenda receives a lot of discussion and did not receive action, you could put in there that item was discussed, but not the verbatim of what was said during the discussion, just that item was discussed. But action items, anything that a motion is made and a vote, and then of course, if there's nay votes, they're recorded, I believe, so that there's a record of any dissenting votes. Is that correct?
And Mr. Chairman, when I had him the bill to make sure everybody were recorded, the minutes did not reflect what happened in the meeting. I mean, we'd be in that meeting and this was discussed, this was passed and whatever, and the minutes come out, it wasn't the same. And that was when you were involved and I was involved, that we were having a lot of administrative issues.
Well, and I remember specifically in this room, seeing a motion come to the floor. Was seconded, it was discussed. And then the board went into recess without a vote and came back out of recess, and there was never a vote on a motion that was made and seconded. No vote recorded, no vote taken. And, you know, I hope that and if I miss that, I ask any of you out there to make sure that I don't, because that, to me, my job to make sure that happens, and that's your job to keep me on, in line if I don't. So, okay. All right. Now, you have a printed copy because, Ryan didn't have access to the LSGM, slides. So, we just made a printed copy for everybody so you can follow along and with that, Brian, and.
Yes, sir.
Let you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, Deputy Executive Officer. I'd like to just take a moment to acknowledge that I'm not Mike Honeycutt. And better looking version maybe of Mike Honeycutt. But he is indisposed. We won't be seeing him for maybe a couple months. Sunday afternoon after church, he was shoveling his sidewalk and was on the steps and slipped off. And I think he was wearing cowboy boots and he broke every bone in his right ankle. So he is slated to go to the hospital this morning about now, and then maybe surgery on Thursday to put some plates and that kind of thing in. And then the doc said 8 weeks of staying off of it. So we can all pray for Ray Lee during this time and me.
Yeah.
Think about it. So as far as the Department of Livestock, there'll be a three-headed monster. I will be able to speak to Central Services, but I'll rely on Jay and Dr. Shemansky for, you know, those other areas of expertise. And now that we got Lindsay on board, I can dish off all the legal stuff too. So very convenient. All right, I'm sorry. So before you've got the governor's OGSM dashboard that Mike presented. I was in the room to the governor on the 19th of March. These 4 slides haven't really changed over that period of time or since, you know, the last few months. So he, on his dashboard there, he's got quarterly slaughter nut figures, which are very comparable. 2022. So good slaughter figure numbers there. He's got, he's reporting 11 vacancies on the back page. You can kind of see where, you know, those vacancies are at across the programs in the department, 11 total. For the budget in the top right corner, top right corner, he's showing per capita fee. You know, we're in a per capita fee season, so revenue is a big uptick from this time last month, but our expenses are lower than our budget, which we'll see in the budget report. So in a synopsis, that's a good picture. Market cattle movements, very similar to last year. Jay's been reporting that for a couple months, and that's holding true. So movement through the market is similar. He reports some highs and lows there. Just I think, you know, with the governor, a little bit of attention to ITS always comes up in discussion. So several of our ITS projects are progressing positively, so that's a high for us. Rule red tape relief, we'll look at a bunch of rules today. Animal health and brands, that got a high praise as far as the number of rules that we're, you know, going at again for this time period. Our second round of red tape relief. On the lows there, the assistant state vet, 4 candidates have gone through and we haven't been able to secure one. So That's a low for sure. And then the only other one he talked about there was that Five Valley Livestock Market potential closure, and that was a concern maybe for that region of the Missoula area. So next page is our OGSM itself, our objective strategies, measures, goals, I forgot goals, objectives, goals, strategies, and measures. All of those are in the green, except for the CIS program. CIS, somebody help me out with that acronym.
Cooperative Interstate Shippers
Yeah.
Program.
Thank you. Cooperative Interstate Shippers Program. I think we had somebody on the line for that, and they decided to go USDA, so we're still waiting, or we're still, yet to get that program up and running for an actual meat processing plant. So that's the only yellow in our goals, our objectives. Goal status progress is basically just another recap of the highs, lows in the OGSM. So, he mentions Google AI, meat and poultry labeling, annual dealer license renewal coming up. That CIS licensed meat establishment in Corvallis. Let's see. Animal health software, we're looking at that application, getting some demos going. The purchase of the $500,000 purchase of the incinerator for the new lab that paperwork has been processed and on a positive track. Goal focus. Continue to meet on AI, continue to provide support for CIS, work with the milk industry to refine and develop strategies for the revenue shortfall. Finalize plans for the VDL celebration of groundbreaking. I think that's going to come up on our agenda today. Resume livestock dealer audits, hold meetings with Crow and FWP for brucellosis surveillance. So those are the focuses that we have reporting to the governor. Other than that, the last page is just the org chart and another, statement about 11 vacancies in that org chart. So that is the OGSM report. It was a good meeting. It was kind of short. The governor was pretty positive. He's obviously kind of heard this thing now. This has been going on, is well formulated. So we're pretty much in and out on what's on the paper in a positive fashion. So nothing negative to report.
The one thing I suppose, so this is an ongoing process and we're gonna have to, that was my thought when we first started this, that it's easy to find the improvements right away, there's a pretty easy checklist, but when you start getting the easy ones off of the list, I think the governor's still expecting goals. So I think that's something we're gonna have to keep in mind as a department and as a board, that where we want to be.
Right, this sheet here should take us, I think, to June. And then come the June timeframe for the second half of the year, we need to update this and put forward some fresh ideas. So it's always moving forward.
Any questions on? Oh, the governor, your meeting with the governor was short, but I'll bet it wasn't that short.
Oh, I think it's probably 20
Well,
minutes,
pretty short. So, okay,
but it was good.
and new business, so,
We have, Mike Spatz is gonna come in HR, I believe. Are you gonna, and give
there you
it
go.
HR? I have that on a slide.
We're rolling, Mike.
We're on. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
All right, for the record, I am Michael Spatz, Human Resource Officer for the department. And today, just giving you the standard staff openings and recruitment information. I don't know if Brian, you got a slide for that or
I'm
not?
trying. Give me a minute.
I think it's in the, well, I know Donna got it in the books, the materials.
Yeah, I'm looking for the PDF.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I got it. It's I just got it. Now I use touch. Hold on.
We'll be patient.
Yeah.
Don't get too worried.
There you go.
Perfect. Good job, Ryan. Thank you.
Okay. I was on the same screen, I just need to switch tabs, that's what I thought. Trying to share something.
You'll get it if you got a long day ahead of you. So, yeah. So jumping into that, we're looking at currently 8 posted positions. There's an IT position that didn't get on this list when I gave down the materials, so that'll be going out there. Just some highlights. The assistant state vet since the last board meeting has been reposted, and we're working through the initial pre-screening process on applicants for that. We're also working on, we should have this week, we'll have a staff veterinary position posted, should be out there. We've had 2 new hires in the brands and animal health areas since the last board meeting. And we've had 1 vacated position since the last board meeting, and we've been notified of 1 future resignation, CSD area. So, or upcoming retirement is happening. Some general updates. I received some information from brands, but just some more general staffing updates. In the brand side, the BLS market, the Billings Livestock Auction assistant market supervisor interviews happened on March 18th. And they're working on get through a recommendation to hire one of the applicants for that. So that's coming up. Miles City Market Inspector applicants have been screened and they're scheduling interviews for the 27th. Look, I guess that won't happen tomorrow. It'll happen on April 3rd is when they're gonna interview those applicants there. Working on a Great Falls Market Inspector. Applicants have been screened. April 11th, they'll conduct interviews there. And District 16 investigator position. Applicants are screened, but they don't have an interview date yet, but that should be coming down the line. And the District 25 livestock investigator position. We're welcoming a gentleman by the name of Ty Holtman, who will start on April 1st. We'll be filling that position. And in the animal health, the meat unit, just some notable things there. I thought was looks like Alicia's filled 3 out of her 4 meat inspector positions that were approved by legislature this year. So those are getting filled. And other than that, any other questions or general updates or for the board? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, about the assistant state vet, where we at with that?
We are looking at applicants and making determinations on who's gonna move forward through the process. So it is being worked on.
Greg,
Mr. Chairman, how many applicants did we get this time?
I think Brian said it, so I'm okay with answer. I hate getting into depths of a ongoing recruitment that's happening, but we have 4 in there that are going through.
nice.
I will say that.
Last meeting, I suggested that maybe we don't need an assistant state vet. And Mike thought that was a possibility. He was gonna talk to Tawny about it,
Sure.
and that maybe a position vet as opposed to an assistant state vet. And yet you're continuing. So did that thought process get tossed out?
It's not tossed out. I think we're in the process of still recruiting for that. And if we're still getting applicants, if that's the need, then we'll go that route. I think if this doesn't pan out let's hope it works. We find someone, but if that doesn't, then I think that would go forward. That's more of probably a question for Dr. Szymanski, but
Okay.
what that conversation was like, but
And
I know that's still on the table.
okay, and in the initial interviews, Greg and I were both in on those. Are we still in?
Probably not,
Yeah, I say, I would,
because that's, if we go through what our duties are, that's beyond the board's
It
responsibility.
originally was thrown out there because the board is responsible for hiring the state vet,
Mhm.
and the assistant vet could be have themselves placed in as state vet. And so a voice from the board was one of the
Yeah,
things
right.
we discussed.
Well, probably not though. Because that's just, we're gonna try and stay within our boundaries and.
You never talked to us about that.
Well, that was last meeting, we had that roles and responsibilities. And that's kind of where our role and responsibilities lie. So,
Okay,
okay,
any other questions on recruitment or stuff in the HR world anyways? I know I have you on recruitment, but 90% of what I do, I can't talk about. But happy to talk with anybody about anything. All right,
I'm good.
all right. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
all right, thank you, Mike.
Mr. Chair, probably a reminder to the audience out there that's listening and the group expectations in the room is that we did have a big piece of the agenda that had Mike's evaluation on there, so we'll be moving without Mike here for one thing, we'll be moving much faster than I think you are used to, because I don't have that much to say. And two, that evaluation's gonna be a problem, that gap, so, Dr. Szymanski is ready to come on. I mean, I'm gonna go through my brief and these other things here, but I just wanted to let people know that if they tune out and expect to see Jay at 3:30, it may be a lot earlier than that, so be available.
Okay,
Sorry, Jeff.
yes, no, perfect. Because we are rolling along and, you are, less wordy than Mike so far, I will say that.
Maybe that would be brought up.
Setting the stage, really. Okay,
So to speak.
so update on ongoing federal processes, and, so you're gonna handle this one? or
Mr.
you
Chair,
gonna-
we're gonna invite our lawyer, Lindsay Simon, to the
Okay,
chair. She's got a brief. Jay and Dr. Szymanski will assist if there's any, if we need some backup.
okay, all right, and for the record, would you? introduce
Yes,
yourself?
thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Lindsay Simon, I'm Department Counsel. So I can give you a procedural update. I'm not really familiar with a lot of the substantive stuff yet on these various federal issues. The BLM sage grouse planning. The BLM did release their draft environmental impact statement and resource management plan on March 14. So comments are due to the BLM on June 13th. So I think it's likely that other state executive branch agencies will kind of spearhead that comment on behalf of the executive branch, but we will obviously work with them for issues that are relevant specifically to livestock. On the BLM grazing rules, I do not believe that there have been any comments yet submitted from the executive branch agencies on this. I'm not entirely sure where it is on that process. So I don't substantively have a lot of update for you on that. The EPA effluent standards for meat processors. So on January 23rd of this year, the EPA proposed their rule revision for that. Comments were due by March 25th, which was yesterday. So I think what's the next thing we'll see on that is any final rulemaking from the EPA on that.
So, wait a minute, is Dr. Szymanski on?
She is.
And, so, did we make comments? I assume that this department, did we make comments on that, or do you know?
If we did, I wasn't involved with that. It might have been, prior to my coming on, I think the governor's office was kind of spearheading that, and I'm not sure what.
Dr. Szymanski's unmuted, so let's see what she has.
Mr. Chair, is the question is regarding the bison ESA, is that correct?
No.
The EPA effluent standards for meat processors.
We have not made comments yet, but I believe we intend to.
So I thought you just said that the comment period
It's over.
was
It's
over.
over.
Oh. I can't answer that one. I apologize.
Okay. So,
Take it on.
yeah, well, we will, I guess we can,
How about the animal waste one?
well, yeah, so.
No, does Tawny have anything on that while she's unmuted?
I don't. I will get to digging and hopefully have an answer here shortly.
Sorry, Lindsay, do you have a update on?
The animal
that?
waste?
Yeah,
As I can say, I know procedurally from what was posted in the Federal Register, comments on that one were due February 15th.
Oh,
So
that's
again,
quite an old.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, prior to me coming on, I think the governor's office was handling a lot of this. I
Okay,
did meet with them for an update, so I'm just not entirely sure what, if anything, was submitted on those. But I think the next step for that will be proposed rule. So on the animal waste air emission standards, the action that the comments were due on were advance notice of proposed rulemaking. So I think once a proposed rule is out, there might be another chance for comments, or
sure,
if it's gonna be a final rule, I'm not entirely sure.
sure.
So the next issue is the Yellowstone National Park bison. So this is what is the federal action at issue is a proposed change to the bison management plan. The draft environmental impact statement was issued and comments were accepted through October 10th of last year. So we're currently awaiting a final environmental impact statement and bison management plan. According to what has been posted federally, they expect that in the summer of this year. And I think on the agenda is
IDMP.
yeah, I know there's a meeting, Tony I'm sorry, Dr. Schmansky can talk more about that, but what I know is I believe the next meeting is May 15th. But substantively, I'm not as up to date on that.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I'll update you some more.
okay,
We had a meeting, last Thursday, the Upper Yellowstone Watershed Group, and the chief from the park came, Cam Shawley. And his statement to us was, it will come in the middle. Not like, not the high number of bison and not the low number, will kind of be in the middle, and they're looking at after calving numbers. And there was a big discussion about whether, when we did our original, the 2,500 was before calving or after calving, so. To me, it's just a whole bunch of words, but he said they probably look like they'd be coming in the middle. The other thing, there was, and I'll throw this out there was a landowner in the Paradise Valley who had contacted members of the IBMP and wanted to do a ranch tour. And the ranch is outside the tolerance zone. And of course, I was throwing a lot of roadblocks there in a hurry. And I told the ranch person who was at the meeting, at the IBMP meeting, that it wasn't gonna work and it would not happen. I mean, I'm just saying, this is the stance that the Department of Livestock has taken, and we're not backing off of it.
so just to be clear, they were wanting to tolerate bison on this ranch, is kind of what you were understanding?
Yes, and so, and it's right next, and it's in a spot where we've had some activity. And I mentioned to the rancher and the people at that meeting, because there was this meeting, it's a different group, but most of the people at the meeting, I've never seen at that meeting before. So it was all about people around the park, and I said, you realize that we cannot haze the bison. And they get further out, you have guaranteed the death of that bison. And I wanted it as an impact like that, because people don't get it. Until you lay it out there point blank, this is what happens. And I said, we need cooperation. If you want them to survive, you don't want us killing them, we have to have that cooperation. So, of course, none of the members of that ranch were at the meeting, but they've been told that before. So these are, this is just an ongoing, just keep pushing, and to his credit, Cam Shawley said, we can't let them get out of the Gardner Basin. We can't, because that's a natural barrier. The next natural barrier is Allen Spur, which is just right outside of Livingston, which means the whole valley would be full of bison and you wouldn't be able to keep them out. And so, and he said, in the foreseeable future, and as long as he's involved, which is not gonna be more than 5 years, they're not going past that. So, but we always have to stay vigilant on it.
Sure. So Dr. Szymanski, do you have some comments?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, the proposed meeting that Mr. Redfield referenced has been pulled back. I don't know if it will happen at all or if it will go forward in a slightly different format, but we certainly expressed our opposition to how it was handled. Just some other quick operational updates. Some bison have moved as far north as Beatty Gulch. Yellowstone National Park has captured 29 animals. Those animals will be tested tomorrow morning. Any negative animals that qualify for entry into quarantine will be moved into quarantine. Positives will be shipped to slaughter, and negative animals that are not eligible for quarantine will be released. 50 animals moved into Beatty Gulch. I think another 4 were harvested before they were kind of pushed back into the park. That brings the hunt count for the year to 23. So a substantially low number. I think most of the tribes will be done hunting this weekend. So unless we see some continued movement of bison kind of up past the Stevens Creek facility, we don't expect that our harvest this year will be substantial.
Any other questions for Dr. Samansky on this or anything else? She will be on when we get to later in the meeting also. So I guess anything else? All right. So I'm going to call for an executive session to discuss legal strategy in an ongoing legal matter and our counsel.
You're not gonna do the legislative.
We're gonna do this and then we'll go into the legislative.
Mr. Chair, there's one more,
Okay.
pending federal matter, if you want to do that
Yeah,
before we do
sure.
the executive
All
session, okay? The final matter is just the proposed listing to put the Yellowstone bison on the endangered species list. So that is currently in the species status assessment process. So, scientific data was solicited, comments due March 2nd. The governor's office did spearhead that, and there were comments that were submitted for the executive branch agencies. Based on what I could find, the next step will be a published finding of that species status assessment. And what was posted online says that if there is going to be a proposed rulemaking to list the Yellowstone bison as endangered species, that's expected no later than September of 26. So I guess that's a ways off, but we don't know when that will come. So that's the update on that.
That would be yeah.
But yeah, if you would like an update on some state court litigation where the department is a defendant, we can do that now in an executive
Okay,
session,
yeah.
since it would involve discussion of litigation strategy.
So.
I'm gonna, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'll stop the video and mute the camera.
Yeah.
All right, we're stopping. Okay, we are recording.
Okay, I think he said there's about a 40-second time lapse, so I'll give it.
Are we still in executive session?
No. All right, I'm calling this meeting to order. We've come out of executive session and there will be no action required. So we are gonna move on to legislative interim activities update. And are you gonna do
I
that?
am, Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson again, legislative interim activities update. I got that right there. The only thing that I'm aware of that's occurred since the last time we met was the interim budget committee for section C. So the committee that meets quarterly, and basically Rob, the legislative fiscal analyst, goes ahead and gives a synopsis of where we are with our budget in this span of the year. What our EPP progress is, our one-time onlys that we asked for, what we've done. He also gives an update on, or shows an update on vacancies. So those 11 vacancies we talked about earlier, he's listing those out and showing them. The report was positive. I really don't have anything to say. It reflects what's in our budget. Budget amendments, statutory, all of that that's in our budget, what he's going over. He, more like pie charts and that kind of thing. The opportunity that the IBC presents is for Mike to get up and discuss, what's happening with the department. And so there were a few things on the agenda that Mike addressed. So vacancies, he did go through all the vacancies and, you know, talked about the assistant state vet, talked about, the, Five Valleys, you know, what's happening in Missoula with that market and so he covered that area. I'm gotta look at my notes here and put some glasses on. He gave some, you know, CWD updates as far as 8 to 10,000 tests, in the lab. That was a question that was on, Rob's, or the agenda for IBC. He told the IBC about the lab 90-day pause for winter. And that, you know, we're planning to break ground, sometime in May. He mentioned that. He did a lot of thanking of the university system and ag and all the participants in that.
The 90-day construction,
Pause.
for clarification for Donna.
90-day construction pause. We're about midway through that, so hopefully maybe that gets accelerated with the good turn in weather. Lastly, he took the opportunity to discuss the federal cuts that we're kind of anticipating coming. We've gotten some notice, you know, as meat and poultry inspection and federal umbrella that we're gonna be looking at you know, taking a haircut next year. So whether he was prepping the section C for what's to come during session requests from the department, he didn't miss the opportunity to bring that up. Mr. Chair, that is he did talk about the indemnity fund, because that was that was also a new addition, the $10,000. He talked at length on that subject too. And that was all well received. Nobody had any questions. He was out of there in 10 minutes.
Okay, are there any questions or any comments? Yeah, I visited with Mike after that and he said it went really well, just apparently.
We swore them down.
Yeah, well, you're doing things right and trying to do things ahead of time and like they should be. I think that bodes well in the eyes of the people that are overseeing us, so.
And
Um,
Mr. Chair, I believe I've got the next one also.
okay,
The next item on the agenda is rules, legislation, and budgeting for the 2025 session. I don't have a lot to add here. Rules, obviously, we're gonna look at 27 rules that were for red tape relief. We've looked at those last session or last meeting, and then I think we have a couple more meetings before we really have to take any necessary action on rules or legislation. Legislation is due May 6th to OBPP, so all of our proposals need to be in concept drafted or presented to them, so we have another meeting. I'm assuming we have another meeting to vote on those, but I think most of what you're gonna see is gonna be on the agenda today. I haven't heard of much else, but certainly open to the public and the board, you know, to still taking inputs on legislation. So we're in the input taking phase of legislation. Budgeting, the new proposals and present law adjustments, additions to the budget, that's June 6th. The staff has been told to start preparing those, and by the end of the month, for end of March, have those proposals ready to go so that in April we can, you know, really digest them and look at options and not miss anything, and then present it to the board at the next board meeting. So new proposals will be coming your way in May, or in April. And then lastly, I forgot the House Bill 10. So they did see a demo of an alternative lab information system. Not that the lab has really got a problem there or really interested in upgrading at this time, but it's a demo of that is kind of ties in with animal health. So the same, if we choose an application in animal health, there's a option to have a lab information system that's, you know, under the same application. So we also might be looking at, you know, if brands, you know, the notion of doing it paperless, offline capability with brands, that might take a considerable sum of money that we don't have in the House Bill 10 budget. So we might be bringing a House Bill 10, budget item to you.
And when is that?
I would have to be at the next meeting. And yeah, May 31st is when we have to have that into state IT. That is what I have for an update, Mr. Chair.
Questions? Comments? All right, and of course, we're not gonna have the executive officer review because our executive officer is not able to attend. So we're gonna put it off again. I don't know, hopefully, Brian gave a very dim report of his ability to be here, but I'm hoping that he'll be able to be here with the
He can have,
crutches or
he can have
scooters.
little scooters in.
Yeah, yeah, he told me that he's not very adept on crutches. And if he's having that much trouble falling down with crutches, maybe in the crutches wouldn't be, but he's looking at a scooter. And so I would hope that he'll be able to be here at our next meeting. And if he is, then we will try and finish that up at that time. So.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
and I know you've got it on here, but we can do it later. I am requesting that we do have another short executive session
okay,
for a discussion for something.
okay, all right. So is there a particular time? We're ahead of schedule right now. So
Perhaps at the end of the meeting, because I notice we do have other people here that have come in for some of the stuff they want to do.
yeah, well, I don't know, we're gonna try and go right on down the agenda, and we just had a short recess, so we don't need a recess. So, all right. If you want to wait until the end of the meeting, we will do that. We will just move on and set those services. Brian, you get to put your other hat on and
Thank you,
give us something you're a little more familiar with, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It'll be interesting if I can run a screen and present at the same time. So I'm gonna try and make sure I've admitted some people here before I start talking. Right. The first item on my agenda is a request to hire, Mike Spatz referenced, we have a retirement in CSD anticipated in May, so this is a replacement hire request for a accounts payable technician. Glenna, I'll just out her. She's done nearly 20 years in state government, and she's calling it quits here in May. And so we want to get ahead of that, and if we can get some turnover with somebody, that would be good. But we think we're gonna be advertising for that position before the board meets again. It would be the same, a lateral replacement position, so no real change in duties or pay or anything like that.
Okay, well, publicly thank her for her 20 years or nearly 20 years of service. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to grant. All right, Alan,
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the hire.
okay.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion by Alan and second by Jake to grant the request to hire replacement. Any discussion?
That hire would not take place until Glenna actually retires.
There may be, a week or two crossover, but it would be like that. Yes,
We don't want her to
Really
think
close.
we're
not
shoving
pushing
her
anybody out the door. Yes, ma'am.
Well, that would, because by the time we would meet next time, if we were at the end of the month, it would not give them a lot of time to search for, so. All right, any other discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. All right.
I'm trying to figure out how to, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to figure out how to make this bigger, so this. The next,
There you go. That looks better, huh?
yeah,
Everybody read that?
it's just really touchy.
Oh.
The next item on my agenda is the first per capita fee report you've gotten for the year. January first was the start of, per capita fee reporting. Ranchers, livestock owners out in the field, had until, the end of February, to, report their livestock. And, according to the new rules or new legislation that was put in place, also to pay their livestock, at March first. So numbers look pretty good. I'm sorry, I've got stuff all over the screen here. I'm try to do this. There we go. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. All right. Now back to what I've got to say. The numbers, like I said, are looking really similar. Evan's got some notes there. As of March 11th, I'm gonna just read this bottom one here. Well, I'll read it. As of March 11th, 2024, there were 8,757 report forms. You can see that at the top left that were filed by the Department of Revenue. That's 81 less than 2023, which you can see that number on the top right. That is a 1% or less than 1% change. Total per capita fee revenue reported, as of this March 11th report was 3,467,488. And that is a little bit 16,467 more than the same period last year. We have, because of publication time frame, we had to get this out, and March 11th was when we got the report, but we have seen other numbers come in since then. And so they have done the estimate. So those people who don't report by the deadline, if they reported last year, then they get a bill with what they reported for last year. And that's called, Department of Revenue calls that an estimate. And the bills are going out currently. And then with the additional processing of reports that have come in, we are looking at almost the same amount of funds expected by the end of the year. So about 4.6 is what we got last year, 4.6 million. And it looks like with the estimate and with what's already come in, we're about that same. So this time, and when we report in April, we're anticipating a very similar report to what we had last year, at the end of July with the acceleration.
That's quite encouraging, because
And I
We're not
think it's
sure.
based in numbers.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see, and that, amount paid, won't look. You can see on here, amount paid is so far is 3.3 million compared to 2.1. Well, that's very deceiving because they upped the date to pay, so therefore a lot more people have responded in that fashion. So apples to oranges a little bit compared.
So
to
the reports filed is probably the more telling.
Yeah, and that number has jumped up to over 4 million, in the last couple days.
4 million.
I'm sorry, the total per capita amount, total per capita fee report, the second line there, that 3.4 is now over 4.
No, I was referencing the reports, number of reports
Yeah.
filed. At this time, it's probably a more apples to apples type situation than the actual money because of the changing. So 90, you have a question?
I do. I question the numbers totally. From the point of view, and for me, looking at it, it's very obvious that there are many people in this state that do not report their livestock. Let's take horses, for instance. According to this, it says there's 26,000 head count, correct?
That's what's reported.
I would suggest to everyone here that there is no county in this state that has less than 1,000 animals and 1,000 horses and or mules. Not one.
It's probably right.
So if we have, 56 counties in this state? That puts us way, way short. I have harped on per capita and somehow identifying and billing the people who have livestock. That's blaring to me, glaring, I used the wrong word there, of how bad we are. And I think, and Jay's not here, but I think it is very important that we as a board, along with Jay, figure out how to deal with that, because how many people are using the services of this department, whether it's the lab or the Brad's office or whatever it is, and they're not paying their fair share.
Well, I was looking at the horses and that struck out because of the decrease in revenue. And I hadn't taken time to look at the numbers, but if you look at 3,000 less horses, to me, that number is quite suspected, that
So,
Something's wrong.
3,000 horses were sold last year that,
Didn't
I-
get replaced?
you
No way.
so how many, Mr. Rand, one way to look at would be how many permanent brand inspections are there? Total, I mean,
You're right.
that's a number right there. Because those are the people that are doing a lot of traveling with them. That would tell you, that'd give you a number.
Well, and that's our hope, isn't it, with this new brands software, that someplace in the near future, we're gonna be able to cross over some of these numbers more easily.
No.
It would be nice. if
How
it did.
many people out there? How many people out there do not put a brand on their animal, whether it's a cow, whether it's horse, they do not put a brand on it.
Well, no, I realize that, but I'm just talking about the travel permits like Ellen was talking about.
If you have-
We'll be able to track that a little
You know, if they have
easier.
a permanent brand inspection, I mean, if the people are going to rodeos and the fairways, all those guys, that's where the numbers are. And the outfitters. And we have one outfitter in Paradise Valley that I asked him one day, I said, you report all these? Yeah, and he's saddling 100 horses a day for rides.
Okay.
So I asked him, he said, yeah, I don't want you coming and screaming at me, but.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mike and I actually had joked at one point about, handing out flyers that if you buy horse feed, you should pay your per capita. But I think that we should have Murdoch's do that and not the small independent feed stores.
But if you look at that right there, if you had 56,000 horses, that's 1,000 per, let's change that, that's a sixth. You're 30,000 short on numbers. If you have 1,000, if you have 1,000 per
It's $200,000.
per county. 30,000.
I would think an average, you think about Petroleum County might not have 1,000 horses, but there's dang sure counties that have, Gallatin County probably has.
Galveston,
3,000.
Yellowstone.
So
Yeah,
30,000 is a lot of per capita.
There's more horses.
Anyway,
Well, I was looking at the swine count. And I know there's more barns going up, but the number of animals head count went down. Do you think that's just because the market slid a little bit a while back, or what do you think that's attributed to?
Well, Mr. Chairman, like you said earlier, that all the numbers have not been in there. There's a lot of numbers still coming in, so I'm kind of hoping that's
Okay.
one that's the first thing I noticed looking at them, that they should be going up, not down.
Yeah,
So, William, and I've never reported hogs or swine. So at what age do you report them?
I think it's correct. It's anything 6 months and older. It's the sows.
So, okay, so it's just sows have been anyway, even with the feeders. I was just thinking about the changing of dynamics of the feeding situation where you guys, instead of finishing hogs, are shipping out weaners, basically, I guess you'd call them. And then whether that affected the counts or not, but if it was 6 months, it probably doesn't, because the feeders wouldn't have been accounted before anyway.
Well, there's also been about at least 10 farms within the last 15 months that they completely depopulated and started from scratch, so maybe their numbers are reflecting a little bit on that too, so.
Because they had some disease or something? or-
Well, it's kind of the rule of the thumb, when you build a new pig barn, you get rid of everything you had. At least for 3-4 months to make sure you're clean and then start from scratch, so that's.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Klein, I just pulled it up because I was like, let me verify that. All swine 3 months of age or older
3 months of age.
3 months.
and livestock 9 months.
So that could be,
Yeah.
Some, I think that there's some issue with that, some correlation,
Okay.
but mostly. These ice winds going out, they're 21 days old, 28 days, so
Yeah.
you basically count the sows, I guess.
sure, yeah.
I think the telling number there though is that count of reporters is 149 last year versus 120 this year. So there's some reporters out there and hopefully they're bigger numbers
Yeah.
that still need to come in or haven't, maybe they've come in, but they haven't been put into March.
You got your,
Oh,
Who's answer?
well, they're still viewing the other screen.
What's the little thing that says I can help answer your?
That's just the
Oh, yeah,
website if
okay.
you're, yeah.
All right, then, Brian, Mr. Chair.
yes,
I would ask that we put on our goals, agendas, whatever it is, that we come up with a usable way of identifying livestock owners and billing them for their per capita, because that's part of what we're supposed to be doing. And it's very obvious, just looking at the horse numbers, let alone anything else, that there's a lot of people out there not doing what they're supposed to. Part of that's our fault for not informing people in the way we should. But when we see such glaring numbers, it's our responsibility to step forward and do something about it. So I would like that to be put on our
I think that's.
to-do
yeah,
list.
Yeah, that's a good goal, Jake.
I think if you're gonna do that, we need to start looking at our house built in and getting brand inspections. Well,
Amen.
Google AI will help with that.
Yep.
But really, until you have an electronic system to do all your brand inspections, it's gonna be real difficult.
And it all melds together.
If you have that system and you can pull up John Smith, I shouldn't say it because there's John Smith in Whitehall. John Doe, got 6 horse brands in 2023, but he didn't pay per capita. You know who to go after. Right now, we don't have any idea. I mean, it's really hard to go through paper brands. And even your local guys, if they're still sending in paper brands, until you get Google AI up and get that put into a database where you can pull that data, we don't have a way to do it. I mean, there's just too many man hours there's no way.
Lily,
Mr. Chair, I would amend that goal to start with educating on paying your per capita, and then when we have a way to document that our education is working on
yeah,
getting people.
Jay, yes. And then I'll get you one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So one of the things that we've contemplated just from the brands division is that as new brand applications come in, that we potentially could put a paper in there, basically information sheet on per capita that says, this is the law, this is what we expect as a landowner or as a livestock owner. And so that's one thing you kind of hate to overburden too many people, even during like brand renewal. Our focus is getting their brands renewed. And so I don't know that you would want to confuse the issue by putting too much information during that period, but there is opportunity maybe on these new brand applications. So.
But there is a list of brand owners that could receive an information package that, you are responsible for per capita fees if you are an owner, and we see that you have a brand if you own livestock. So that would be an education opportunity to just send out hard copy, email, whatever means of communication you have, correct?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so all the current brand owners today, 50,000 plus, are in the system. So you would have the ability, we don't really have many emails. So it would be hard copy mail that you would have to do that with, that you could mail them an information sheet on per capita. But we can't really do it, once again, it's only if people put on that email address, and a lot of times emails change, and so it's just not a good, that email is not a good list, but hard copy mail, for the most part, is pretty good, although, you know, during re-record, we got 20,000 pieces of mail back,
So
so.
is there any way to sort the brand owner list to ones that are paying per capita fees and ones that aren't? So that you could, I'm just thinking of ways to cut down the mailing costs, because you know, he's mailing a reminder to someone that's paying per capita fees. So is there any way to sort that information or?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. Those systems currently don't talk to each other, but that doesn't mean that our IT folks couldn't run, some kind of report where maybe you could meld those two together. I don't know that,
Well, maybe that's.
but our
something
folks
you
are pretty
could-
sharp,
you
so
could
they might be
kinda
able to do that.
Maybe look into it and in the next meeting or two, come back with some information. Nina.
Mr. Chairman, Jay. What happens if you don't pay the taxes on your house?
They come after you.
Exactly, exactly. Here, and if you don't continue not to pay them, they have an auction on the county courthouse steps and they sell your house for taxes. Okay, the Department of Livestock and this, and I've been dealing with this since I got in here. We don't make people pay. We go, oh, please, would you please pay your per capita? But if you don't pay your property taxes, the county comes after you and they take possession and they sell it so that they get their tax money.
That's correct.
We have an attitude problem.
Put a lien on, the department puts a lien on
Put a lien on their horses,
or on their lives.
on their livestock,
We not
I
have the
think-
ability to put one on a brand?
Then
Then when they go sell one, guess who gets paid first?
Yes, it should be, we need to look at that. Seriously, we have an attitude problem about it.
I think if we were, Ms. Bog, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bogus, if we were gonna move down that direction of being, I think, more aggressive, we probably would want to review the statute, we'd
Yeah.
probably want to review the rule.
And Lindsay's sitting here taking notes.
Yeah, I already have, William, wait a minute, William, Adam.
So is that public information, who pays capita and who does?
Mr. Kleinhauser, Mr. Chairman, yes, so that we do get public information requests for that on who pays per capita. Typically, it's specific areas or people. People can use or request that entire list, but they can't use it as a distribution list.
But I'm reading into your question. Go ahead, maybe follow up.
I'll define it a little, the question, so, Mr. Chair, if I wanted to log in and see who's paid and who's not paid, would I be able to do that?
No, currently not. You have to file a public information request through the department, which goes Department of Administration. And that's the process currently to get that information.
But we, as a department, have that information.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a couple years ago, we went through the horses in particular.
Yep.
We took the Department of Revenue's data and we married that up with some permits, that were brands information, that it wasn't brand information, but I think it was permits that mostly that it went through. We did see an uptick. I don't, Evan might have to tell me what.
Picked up 5,000.
Yeah. I was. Okay.
Is that right?
I can't speak to that, Ms. Bacchus. I'm not sure what the number was. It did drop off, I think, since then. About that same amount of numbers, so we're back to kind of the regular reporters. I think my emphasis in bringing this up is that over half of what we mailed out came back as undeliverable. and then we certainly got a ton of like, what are you doing? Reporting me as a non-filer, I report, and they're filing under, you know, a brand, a different name, a corporate name, a family name. And so there was a lot of negative, I think, that maybe came out of that exercise for the vast majority of per capita fee payers. And then just a lot of, this data is not very good, you know, between brands, and I think the brand's rigor in the brand's information probably needs to be upped quite a bit, you know, if you're gonna rely on that as gospel. Cause they're making brand permits at hotels, and you might speak to this better than me, Jay. But I mean, they're, you know, they're like traveling, like where that address is and those names is not, you know, exactly what the owner's information is in Department of Revenue.
I got Jake.
What percentage of the re-records are done online versus paper?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pettis, a smaller percentage of that was done online. That was, I think, prior to me, so I don't have that specific number, but I certainly can get it for you.
That's right. I'm just curious if, because I do mine online. And I don't remember there being a screen saying you're required to pay per capita on every animal that you own. So if we're recording online, why couldn't halfway through re-record online, the screen goes blank except for a statement that says, I understand and agree that I am required to pay per capita with a checkbox, and you cannot re-record your brand unless you check that box. And then we have, I mean, then it's the educational piece, we're informing them, but they're also agreeing and consenting to pay for that. So it seems like, and I could be wrong, but it could give you a little bit of grounds that if they aren't paying.
They already have to pay, right?
So the one thing,
Maybe it's just an informed statement that you check the box.
I understand.
so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pettis, so the one somewhat similar statement we do have on a brand application is, do you own livestock? Yes or no? And about maybe a little under half say no. Once again, that's, I think, gearing toward per capita, but maybe we could be more.
I think you just need to be
Forward.
more in your face.
Mhm.
Like, this is required, you are required to do this. Do it. I mean, maybe not quite those words, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of saying, do you own livestock? Well, I mean, they don't know why you're asking. Half the ranchers don't want you to know they own livestock or how many, and that's why we can't get anything done with EIDs, because they think that some satellite in the sky is counting their cows. So
We could.
get the livestock portion out of it and just tell them what they're required to do, I think would be more informative. I mean, you could still ask them if they have livestock, but be more forward with something on your re-reports would be a good place to start.
Yeah, certainly, I think, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pettis, I think, you know, we certainly could expand that effort. I think that's why we were kind of thinking along the lines of that information sheet, although it has to be pretty short, because most folks,
Little
if it's over a paragraph, you're probably not gonna be successful.
William.
So just a thought on all the money we're leaving on the table on the capita fees. If we hired someone, just that's all he or she did all day long is follow up with every producers, if they paid or not, I think it'd be worth considering. I don't know.
Well, there's an idea. I guess we don't need to solve this problem today, but it's discussion that needs to go on, and thank you, Nina, for reminding us. And we, like, you know, that's a good thing to put on our OSGM is
And
a future. Great.
it comes down to the technology side of it, when you can look at auction sales and all brands on selling calves, cows, whatever. And then you go back to and when you can marry that all up and say, hey, he's selling 300 calves, but he's only reporting 200 cows. This guy's doing a heck of a job. Then you can get all of that stuff. So I mean, we're getting there. It's just gonna take a while.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. But it's a good goal.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
there's other ways in the meantime that we probably can make some progress, hopefully.
Well, and I'm not Brian, but I just did a little application and out of the horses alone, if there's 1,000 per,
180.
okay, $70,000. That's the horses.
So-
alone.
So that would pay someone's wages this one, would,
What's that?
I'm just thinking, Business Lines always has their little flyer about how many they sold each month. It seems like it's in the 3,000 range fairly often.
Mhm.
I'm just going.
Oh, yeah, on their horse sales?
Yes.
Yeah. So what access do we have? I mean, we have the access of all the brand inspections that go through the horse sales. So I guess,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think a lot of those horse sales, typically, I mean, a lot of those animals are coming in from out of state and leaving out of state, so
Yeah.
they may not meet the per capita requirements, but some are.
They should, because they're being inspected by our inspectors. They have to
Well,
do
they're paying
something.
for that.
Yeah.
well, they pay for inspection. So I guess we probably can't capture per capita fees if they brought them in for a day sale and they leave again.
For $5.97, yeah, they could pay that. They just
Well,
sold that horse for how much money?
yeah.
But the cows are the same, and the sheep and everything else.
Yeah, a lot of those horse on those sales are, they'll go to this sale, if they don't sell, then they go to that sale, and they just, I mean, I know some of those traders that just.
Yeah.
Breeders that they just rotate till they get them sold somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So
Onward.
Lindsay, I was kind of reading maybe a comment or a question or something here a minute ago in your face. I just. Oh,
I'm not a tax attorney, so I don't think, I was just trying to think of whether we could tax an animal that's coming in and then going out. I feel like we can't. I feel like
Okay.
there is
Yeah.
some law on that, but I'm not a tax attorney, so that was the expression on my face.
okay, all right. Well, that's why I like to be in person meetings because there's sometimes there's messages that aren't verbally presented that are out there. So, all right. So now,
Mr. Chair, before we move on to state special revenue, Evan's got a note here at the bottom. And this isn't probably, and Department of Revenue is sending out cards and information and what the estimates and what when penalties and interest and that are starting to accrue, but those notices for the estimates should have gone out either, this week or here around this week timeframe. We expect those to be out. And then you can see here, they've got 30 days after that before they get a notice of, I'm sorry, Bureau will then mail a statement of account. After that 30 days is when revenue is starting to charge penalties for late filing and interest accruing and that kind of thing. So if you're the public or you're a per capita fee payer and you haven't paid yet, you pretty much got, a 30-day window here before, and that's a relatively new thing, with the change in the reporting or paying timeframe. There's gonna be a lot of people who are probably getting assessed fees and penalties, interest and penalties.
and on the other side of that, if they truly have sold their livestock, then they have that time frame to report that they have no livestock and therefore are not owing.
Right, they need to report zero, or at some point in time down the road here, the way that this marches on is that they'll be then go into offset, meaning we'll, take taxes and that kind of thing for late payment or non-payment.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, well,
I'm gonna advance this to the colorful page 1, state special revenue report.
page 1 or page 2?
Page 2.
I'm sorry, you're right, page 2. I'm used to it being page 1.
Yeah. Get this one.
All right, I'd like to say my financial report's gonna go, it's gonna take up the rest of the time that we have this morning, but it's probably not because you pretty much heard this report, less than a month ago, and not a lot has changed in that period of time. This is a 1 month worth of revenue, probably 7 to 8 months of revenue to date as of February 29th, depending on kind of how the revenue stream comes in. For the most part, I'm down column D. And I'll just highlight a couple things there. The new brands and transfers, that number looks, 37,916 is a pretty big number compared to last year, and that's just another year in a 10-year cycle for new brands and transfers. So we're recouping more money than we did last year, and that'll continue that way through the 10-year period. So no issues there. The market inspection fees and the field inspection fees are within, pretty close to this time last year. And that seems to be the message that we're getting out of, Jay's getting out of the markets and the transactions. So very similar sales or change of ownerships as compared to last year so far. And that's proving true here. Per capita fee in the green section, we just had the per capita fee report. This is dated, as of February 29th, so the numbers are behind. And, it looks even more like a positive as far as $936,000 worth of per capita fee over this time last year, but we know kind of what the explanation is for that. The other big movers, compared to this time last year, I forgot to investment earnings for both brands and per capita fee. The interest rate on our short-term investments last year was 4.4%. This year it's 5.4%. So that's why we're seeing increases there. Otherwise, milk inspection and egg grading are coming in as normal. Nothing out of the ordinary to report there. And lastly, the lab had another strong month and gained on their this time last year, so they're nearly 36,000 better than last year. So the lab's doing well. And then not much yet to report on Wolf donation funds. We should see those monies from conservation license in the next reporting cycle. That should be a big bump. People getting a fishing license. That is my state special revenue report, sir.
That's it.
Not everything.
All right.
We're gonna shift to
Wait a minute, we have a
yes, sir.
question here.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. On the top one, in the blue investment earnings. So this year from last year, there's a substantial amount more. What happens to these earnings? What do you do with those?
So they go right back into the program that they came from. So if in the blue section, you're talking about brand inspections, re-record. So that 10 years worth of re-record that happens, that $10 million at, year one, all that's collected, that goes into STIPs, short-term investment, and it gains interest. And then the interest goes right back into brands. So this where it came from is where it feeds back into. So essentially, all of our state special revenues have some element, of timing where the money isn't being spent this month, but we collected it. And so we try to maximize how much is in STIP for most of those programs. The two biggest ones, of course, is brand inspection, re-record, and then per capita fee. But milk, egg is gonna have investment money. Milk inspection might have some, milk control, certainly. All of our state special revenues. We try to maximize that.
Okay. Other question?
Budget projections, page 3. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm challenged by doing two things at once, so I apologize. What are my notes here? Personnel services, so rows 1 through 5. You can see there, row 1, all the way to the right upper column, 275,699 is our projected excess budget. at the end of the year. I would say nearly every program in the Department of Livestock is looking that way or contributing to that positive amount. We're looking very solid, even though, let's say, you look at the next line down, that overtime, that there's a negative 25,000 and Brands is, got a bigger negative than that. Whoops, sorry. There we go. Leave that mouse alone. Certainly we've had a big op tempo increase in Brands, but overall, even Brands still showing a positive projection for the year. So vacancies probably have a lot to do with that, but we're looking pretty solid for personnel services. On the operations side, it's almost similar that row 15, we're doing a pretty good belt tightening there. We're projecting 364,649 over the budget by the end of the year. The big one in that category of operations is under contracts, and the big mover, so you can see the 238,779. The big mover for this month was we had the DSA, so a lot of general fund, you saw an increase. If you look down in row 28 under general fund, you'll see that's 205. That increased over 150,000 in just this last month because we went back into DSA and looked and see what the bills were. And so I haven't got a better assessment of what's left that we're anticipating by the end of the year. So there will be, at this point in time, the DSA is projected to have, 150 plus left in general fund.
Is that attributed to
Less testing.
less testing? Not necessarily the expenses associated with bison coming out?
We don't spend hardly any on bison coming out.
No.
All we do is haze. That's the only money we use. And that's just the personnel cost.
Yeah, and this year it's,
They're ain't working.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody, but it doesn't matter.
all right.
Okay. I'll just, everything else below that's pretty benign. We're left, row 25, the total expenditures, which also marries up with row 40, total budgeted funds. Standing for the year total of 698,143. So the department's looking pretty good. And that number grew 180,000 over the last 30 days or 29 days for February. Any questions on projections? Like I say, they're all pretty positive.
The excess in milk inspection fees, is that
So
accurate?
So on the, good question, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Anderson. If we look on the previous sheet on the milk inspections, we'll see that the projected revenue for milk inspection is 290,190. So what you're seeing here is the authority within milk inspection is 397,000. So is that $100,000 difference between what we're bringing in and what our authority is. So that is that's what you're seeing in milk inspection. It's just excess authority, not cash.
Yeah.
In the bank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the lab always has an issue. That's why are they so far in the negative?
When we go to do budget preparations for the next session, we do have probably and it correlates with that number pretty well. We probably do have a $300,000 request we need to go to the legislature with. The cost of Brucella testing is 3 times what it was when this budget was last looked at for that. We're doing different testing throughput, so there's more. We have the money. I should say, we will need more per capita, more general fund. But we have the revenue coming in for the fees, and because of the way Evan does it, and for simplicity's sake, we can see what we are in deficit for the budget in just that one category, fees. So what I'm getting at is that 267 probably is a solid number for something about what we need to go to the session and say, our general fund, our per capita fee and our fees have just lagged behind what actually the costs of tests, machinery, maintenance of those things. We haven't really caught up with inflation or the cost of materials and testing.
So you're just asking for authority.
Right.
Okay, so you're not asking for that much increase in general fund?
Well, okay, so authority as it relates to per capita fee and general fund would be additional funds coming in, so absolutely. We'll be spending more per
Okay.
capita fee and more general fund.
So if they do not give us additional general fund, where will we make up the difference?
Well, we better be convincing, is my statement on that, but where we have made it up is in the fees. So if you look at the fees, the number here right now says our budget number for laboratory fees is $1,323,000. We're gonna project to bring in over 1.5 million with the current trend line. So, and we did the same thing last year. So we'll plus up this budget, let's say 200,000. And then the other 100,000, if this holds true or grows a little bit, will come from, probably in the end, it'll come from per capita fee revenue.
So you think you're gonna get 1.5 million in additional fees in the next 3 months?
No, total over the year will be 1.5 million. That's what it was last year.
Okay.
We're on track for that.
Okay,
But we do need general fund and per capita fee to also play a part in that. And so that's why, when we bring that before the board, that'll be evident that what we're asking for.
so how much more in per capita fees?
I think usually the way that the budget works as far as the breakdown of what our services are is, let's say 1/4 per capita, 1/4 general fund, and a half fees. So something similar to that.
But I thought, please correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we were going to ask for more general fund because of an increase in the work that's done with zoonotic diseases. And as Lily pointed out, the issue with the dairy cows in Texas is high path, which has not yet, that I'm aware of, presented itself in a human, although I think I read something about it. But if it's in mammals, that could bleed over into being zoonotic.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for not going to you, Ms. Bacchus. Even that is kind of factored into the 1/4, 1/4, 1/2. I mean, even the zoonotic stuff is got a big lab fee component to it. So I think that 1/4, 1/4, 1/2, and it might be more like 1/3 in general fund, in a particular section. Is baked into the equation, and we'll go over that once we have that put together.
Okay.
I think Dr. Szymanski's gonna talk a little bit about that dairy issue in Texas, so I won't try to be a scientist.
Well, yeah, and when we have the actual budget request that we want to go through, and then we can actually, he'll have the numbers of what would be per capita requests of what, our budget authority on per capita, and what would be actual general fund budget request. Correct?
Yes,
That's what so I guess next month, if we will have that, or May.
I think it'll be May,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. And I would say there is we do have more general fund need in the milk lab. The milk lab isn't paying for itself necessarily with the amount of general fund that was earmarked for that. So it may be more than 1/4 of general fund that we're asking for in the lab, just because the milk lab component is falling behind also and what their needs are.
And that was another discussion we had last meeting about And it goes back to the discussion you've had with the milk folks of whether the department would cover the milk lab or whether we would request from the legislature
Or no,
that they
you're talking about testing or two.
spend general fund to cover the milk lab. So that all fits in there somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it, really, what happened?
Mr. Chair, the milk lab is already covered by general fund. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying?
Not, no, not totally.
But
For the
that,
milk lab.
yeah, producers
milk
don't
lab.
pay into the milk lab is covered by general
Okay,
fund.
yeah.
Yeah, producers, and I believe if you sell raw milk, you have to pay your own lab fees. Is that
Correct.
correct? Yeah, so it's not on commercial producers to pay for the milk lab at all right now. It's just inspection fees.
Thank you.
Yeah, the inspection fees is what the issue
Mhm.
is right now as far as, and, I guess it wasn't on the agenda, but we might have to, since we have an expert here, but,
Mhm.
and it has come up, we might extend that.
That's fine, something there.
Mr. Chair, I might,
Go ahead.
so I'm not on the hot seat necessarily for that, I might suggest we wait until,
Dr. Samansky,
or
yes, we will,
Miss Love is in the room.
yeah, and Ms. Love and Dr. Samansky both.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
And, no, we will not start that discussion until after. Well, I don't know. We'll have to figure out how we're gonna make this schedule. fit.
I worked Dr. Samansky, she could be on before lunch.
Yeah, so, all right, so any more questions on, page 3 of the, projected expense, to budget comparison? Okay, now we're gonna move on to, it looks like me like you have some gold pages there.
Brown, page 13 and 14 is our comparison reports to this time last year. I don't have a lot of notes out of this. The alarming thing on this, I think, when you look at it, and you're not looking at the blue sheets, is you can see there, row 5 under total personnel services, it looks like, well, it states that we're 439,000 more spent this year than this time last year. So you need to quickly remember that on the blue sheet, all of that's within budget, and to the extent that we actually have a surplus in the budget, so we are spending more. We've saw, something between a 4% and a 8% pay increase for all staff. We had, another component that goes into that is, in brands and in meat inspection, especially meat inspection in 2023, they had a lot of vacancies. So that number is kind of suppressed, last year because of the amount of vacancies. It makes this year's number look worse as we're looking at it. So, it is a big number. It's in the budget. It's mostly derived out of meat, poultry, and brands. And I think we know what's going on there with new FTEs in meat and poultry and the op tempo with brands. So not unexpected and not something to be alarmed about is my message today. Operationally, I don't see much that's not within, under the bell curve there. Those numbers look pretty similar. I would remind you that a negative number is a positive thing on this report. So right now, total operations is 43,474 less than this time last year. So they're doing a good job out in the field operationally. Equipment's a big number, 319,000. That's the one-time only Maldi purchase from the lab. I think there's also probably 80,000 in brands, radios included in that number. That's the big movers in that area. New to this year, so I keep harping on it, that 6,700 row 21 depreciation. Depredation remediation. Oh, that's a mouthful. That's livestock loss boards claims. They've processed 115,000 dollars worth of claims so far this fiscal year. That 150,000 was new as of the last legislature for them in general fund. transfers, not a lot of action there, so. Yeah. Other than that, I don't see anything worth calling attention to. That would be my report barring any questions.
Any questions? All right, neither.
So we're row 38,
Yes, ma'am.
the umbrella, the federal umbrella. So we have an extra 30,000 in that.
Actually, it's just stating that we've spent 30,000 less than we did this time last year in the umbrella.
Okay.
I was just gonna flip over. The umbrella is showing a projection of a negative 4,000. So they've spent nearly everything in the umbrella. And that, is, for this time of year, that's where they should be.
Do we try and spend that
Yeah,
first?
but that's where they're looking at taking a cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, as I mentioned earlier, Mike's prepping the section and we should be prepping ourselves that we're gonna have to examine. Again, it's probably general fund, right? That would be the counter to anything that the block or that the Fed are cutting. If we were, would be I'm speculating that's the proposal.
No,
Mr. Chair, can I put you on the hot seat again about milk inspection fees? Cause
Absolutely.
we're still 7,000 in the good on the brown sheets
It's just a comparative number that says we've
So it's
spent
just, yeah.
7,000 less
than last
than
year.
last year.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a good number, right, but, yeah. It's not really material either.
Right.
It could be double that next month, depending on expenses.
great.
Mr. Chair, on the termination payouts, that's just retirement and days off or
Yes,
there's no,
so if you have you can have a maximum of 120 comp
yeah,
hours.
comp days and
Right.
stuff. It's not
Vacation.
any
Nope, there's no,
unlawful termination or something.
No.
Yeah, that-
Well, I read termination, not retirement, and it,
well,
it is a bad.
there are a lot of people who don't retire out of the department and move on for one reason or another, but
Yeah.
it is payouts for their vacation time,
Okay.
essentially. It's-
yeah, that's
And
what I thought.
leftover sick.
But termination is like
Yeah,
getting the boot. boy. I
Maybe
mean,
that's
it-
too
it-
tough of a word.
Yeah,
Okay.
it seems,
And we
Okay.
still have some employees who've been here for many years who have their built up comp that they use for retirement money.
The
It's because
department,
there's a split now. They use it or lose it, but there's still some that still have some.
well, I would say that everybody, probably 3 or 4 years ago, a good cleanup went on
Okay,
with that. And so there were people that had 600 hours of vacation time. Now they're capped at twice of and it's per the mom. I mean, we just weren't following regulation, but they're capped at 2 times their annual rate. So you can't get over 400 or something like that.
Okay.
But you can still get a lot. It's
Yeah.
not inconsequential.
still hits the balance sheet pretty good. when
It
you
does.
pay
Yeah.
them
I'm
out.
not, there's a lot of people with some big payouts.
Yeah. Other questions on the financials?
I wish.
All right, yeah, so
Our kids will
Is this-
involved in that one.
on the bottom of page 14, not the bottom of the figures. Statutory appropriated budget amendment and da. Starting at row 26, is this new?
It's not new as of we've had it on this whole fiscal year, but, it's new for previous years. So Evans,
Okay.
on every brown sheet, if you get a budget amendment or a statutory appropriations, after the House Bill 2 budget's been baked in, he's gonna have a separation line. So, livestock loss board, if you were to, or even centralized services, if you flip over, you'll see that they've got below their budgeted House Bill 2 numbers, they've got statutory appropriations or budget amendments. There were no changes to the budget amendments or statutory appropriations this last 30 days, so it doesn't move a lot. but there's $3 million of budget that, you know, wasn't being really visualized by the board in the history of this packet, so.
Then line 35. The Nulm stuff. I apologize. I thought Dr. Judah has been spending all that money.
This was
Not
that
act-
new deal where it was a 4-year or 3-year or something, but we got a kind of a one-time,
This,
didn't we? Is that
well,
what
I think, yes, the non funding for, things that he had done in the past, and which is that the one above it, the 337,398, that does span a couple years for him to spend it. The $1 million one that Nina's referring to is the incinerator and the lab purchase stuff. But he
And I
hasn't,
thought he'd spent some of that.
Well-
Every time he's come in, he said.
there are, the whole $1 million is allocated for the lab, either furnishings or equipment. But we haven't spent really, we haven't handed the money over to anybody yet, because they're not at
Okay.
that point.
Okay,
We've got contracts and we've got quotes and that kind of thing, and he's got requests, you know, got your permission to do it, but we haven't spent the money yet. Although
Do
the
we-
the incinerator should come off there pretty quick.
do we have a list of all the requests that he has made and the amounts they have, so we can make sure they balance up?
I think that's an operation that we are engaging in with the lab and Dr. Shemansky and yes, it's an effort, ongoing effort. And with the new state procurement processes, we've also had another incentive for getting all those things written down and codified. We've got a spreadsheet that we're bouncing back and forth
Okay.
between the lab and CST.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a question about milk. Really
So where you have,
like sassy.
Which page?
which page are you on?
Well, two of them.
All right.
So on special revenue, it shows we're down 2379 in revenue for
Can
the
you give
year.
us a page number?
Page 2.
Oh, okay.
So we're down 2379 there in revenue, right?
In authority.
In authority. But we've spent $7,000 less than last year. So can you explain to me
Okay,
what's going on?
I'm sorry.
Which line?
It took me a while to find you. Can you restate it one more time? I
Okay,
was searching
page
while you were talking.
2,
Page 2. so
row
you're-
20.
You're not
Okay.
using the right
Page
page.
two.
Yeah, page 2, actually, the multicolored one here.
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm thinking. All right, go ahead.
So we're down 2379 in revenue, right?
Yes. Compared to last year.
Compared to last year, but then page 13,
Don't do the
when we
gold
go to
sheet.
milk inspection fees,
Okay.
we're
Now I
down,
got you.
we're down $7,000 in expenses, so that tells me we're roughly $4,700
Better.
better. Then why are we talking about raising fees if we have more money than, or what's going on there?
Okay, well, the brown sheet, right, you can see on the authority or the last column F. You can see that leftover authority in there is 184,620.
Yep,
Well, that's, 100,000 more than what we're saying we're gonna get in revenue. So, I mean, at this point in time, we probably are not quite yet spending into the red as far as this, well, I think we are actually, because we spent more than 100, this right here says we've taken in 187,000 and we've spent
Hmm.
213,000. So we are spending into the red already. But the revenue will continue will continue to come in till we get to the point of what we're projecting of 290,000. But our expenses are gonna be 100,000 more than that. If you look
Gotcha.
on the blue sheets.
Yep.
It's that, having that 100,000 of authority in there is very confusing, because it's not money, it's just
Yeah.
authority.
Okay.
And you have to have that or you can't pay the bill, basically.
Well,
Yeah, we can't spend
Essentially,
it, but
we've
that
got-
doesn't mean we have.
Essentially, we've got an FTE or two, in the system that we're holding on to. And so that's what's plussing up that authority 100,000. It was, I think it's 2 FTE. I might need some clarifications.
So we're getting vacancy savings on those, right?
Well, I'm just saying, we're not gonna spend that money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or that authority.
Okay. Is that,
Yeah,
does
yeah,
everyone,
makes sense.
because we'll address this again.
Oh, yeah, no,
We'll
those
get into
numbers
that.
just didn't jive in my brain.
Yeah,
at the
no, that's
moment,
right.
So,
No, that's good. It's good. But I'm just saying, we are gonna have to go through this in a little more detail probably.
Constantly.
uh, When we get to that point. All right. So you wanna keep moving along? on
I
this?
do, Mr. Chair, the next thing on the agenda is a predator control, and
Okay.
I think I've got,
So we got this figure actually.
well, that's me. I'm
That's
done.
him.
He just did
He's
that.
done.
Okay, so we got all of it?
yep,
All right, so, I have the predator. I have Dale, and Dale's not gonna be here. So I can read that. And,
I'm sorry.
okay, so, so I'm just gonna read this, Dale Tidwell's, note that he, sent in. And I'll just read it verbatim. Mike, I will not be attending the next BOL meeting. I will be away on leave with family over spring break week. If there is any specific interest or request for information, let me know. So, and there wasn't, so, otherwise, things are moving forward well in Montana. Flight hours are just below normal pace, negative 129 hours of last year at this time of season. So they're able to fly, I guess. And however, coyote take is down 2,260.
That's because they don't have snow.
Our efforts last year appear to have reduced many problems, is what his assessment is. Realizing that there are many variables a part of the equation, we hope to have created some relief. So they're hoping that maybe they took care of some of the problem last year, I guess, the way I'm reading that. We will be announcing the new Blaine County Wildlife Specialist position the 1st of April and on the ground before July. One big news item involves the congressional appropriations bill that was passed. Someone included last-minute language prohibiting the Secretary of Agriculture use of M44s and LPC, which is livestock protection collars. The secretary is prohibited from purchasing, deploying, or training third parties on the use of M44 sodium cyanide ejector devices, M44s, including any components or parts or sodium fluoroacetate compound 1080, except for activities directly related to the removal of M44s that have been placed on federal, tribal, state, and private land. The agreement directs the department to update the committee within 30 days of enactment of this act on implementing this directive. Now, I don't have a date on the enactment, I guess, but so this is a significant action, and the appearance of the provision in the congressional documents was not expected. I understand that the livestock protection groups were similarly surprised by the provision. As a federal agency, Wildlife Services is complying with the provision and the directions from the department and agency leadership. As I have mentioned before, Montana does not rely on M44s and do not use LPCs. However, it is never good to have less tools to do the work, pardon me. We have not received our final Montana portion of the federal budget. We have been told to prepare for a 5% salary requirement. With the increase in salary and not having pay act for the money for the difference, we will be looking at $90,000 shortage that unfortunately will be passed to our cooperators. Welcome with any questions. So I guess if we have questions, we'll just have to, we'll make note, and get them to Dalen and then share them with you guys if there's questions. So any questions on Dalen's report? I guess we all kind of, last month he mentioned that he was probably gonna be short on budget. And, you know, the one thing that's a little disappointing to me is the number of counts that they're taking with the number of flight hours and, yeah. So, but any questions that you would like us to, ask Dalen before next meeting, any clarification?
And Brian,
Yes, ma'am.
I recall a couple of meetings back, I think Mike saying something about another increase for wildlife services. Do you recall anything about that?
I mean, this information from Dalen is consistent with what he's put out, I think for a couple months. Anything like that would be, I don't know, I guess is the short answer, but you know, that would be in the EPP or the new proposal process, just like it was when we raised it, you know, 150,000, so
Okay, so we will have that
opportunity.
opportunity. Okay, because if they're short 90,000. And, you know, we can't afford to lose any of the operators.
You know, I don't want to necessarily speak for Livestock Loss Board, and I'm pretty sure I just admitted George to the room. But I'm an opportunistic budget officer, and I'm pretty sure George is going to have a sum of money in excess of that.
Okay,
And they're, you know, if that's exactly for the same thing as coyote hunting, probably not. He's probably got other needs for that, or that board has got other mission for that money, but there would be the opportunity, and I'll just say, you know, maybe 150,000 from Livestock Loss Board going over to Wildlife Services. George could speak to that better.
So just before I ask George, when he says cooperators, who besides us
those
are
are your federal
cooperators?
trappers. Cooperators, well, cooperators are the ranchers. And the operators are the federal trappers.
Yeah, no.
Well, I'd say
Cooperators would be the Department of Livestock and who else?
Mr. Chair, I would say FWP is a cooperator on wolf management with Wildlife Services. The county petitions would be considered a cooperator, so you know that money being managed by organizations to
Okay,
them.
that's what I just,
It's more than just us.
yeah.
So, question, I'm going through the less hours and the less coyotes. Does anybody know an average of how many coyotes they get an hour when they're
I
flying?
asked him that but I don't remember what he said, you know. The
It's,
time's pretty good.
they get into target-rich environments and they can pull 100.
An hour?
Yeah, I mean, we had a situation a few years ago where a bunch of cows winter killed.
Yep.
And they were down in a deep pocket and they pulled in and it was just as fast as he could it was just shot his shoulder out.
So with 129 less hours, 2,200 less coyotes, that's 17 coyotes per hour that they haven't flown. So really, I don't know that number, that we have to be disappointed if they're killing 20 an hour, that's under the average.
Yeah,
So really with the
But I would
hours,
say,
they're
yeah,
probably where
that's-
they were last year.
just traveling time, but on normal, that's probably about what they're at, is at 20 an hour.
So really, we're under the average.
Yeah.
So they're at the number they should be with the less hours.
Well, good note, yeah, so that we may be not as dire as it could be. With that, George, are you on?
I'm on. I can
Okay.
kind of go a little bit on the wildlife services thing because I speak with Dalen at least weekly. And when it comes to the coyotes, he said the lack of snow and the wind has kept some of their flying hours down. but the lack of snow is what's hurt him the most as far as finding those coyotes and shooting them. I mean, even though it's not part of my area, we do talk about that to some degree, and but that's what he told me. He attributed some of those coyote numbers being down is because of the wind kept them out of the air quite a bit. But that lack of snow, he said, really hurt him in getting the coyotes found and shot. I guess I'll go to my part.
So, George, would you like to, you were on, I'm sure, when we talked about their budget shortfall, potential budget shortfall, and cooperatives and Brian mentioned that maybe there would be an opportunity for livestock loss to backfill some of that. Is that, what are your thoughts on that?
Brian's right on the money on that. With that extra $150,000 of House Bill 2 money, we've been using that to pay claims, which means our statutory appropriation fund is really untouched yet. And up to half of that can go, 40% of that excess that's not spent at the end of the budget year can go to wildlife services. So there's a potential of our board being able to provide in the $50,000 or greater range to wildlife services. So that will help to a large degree.
Perfect.
Dalen did say that 5% wage thing is really hurting him budgetarily. And he's kind of in a scramble to try to pull things from other areas to cover that, but he's getting it done. But yes, our board will be helping them out on their budget shortfall quite a bit.
Very good. All right.
Thank you, George.
Yep.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, now he's gonna give us go ahead and give us your,
I'm getting
your,
compliments.
Okay, I really don't, it's typical for us to really not be receiving claims this time of year. It's really slow. We've paid for 15 heads so far this year. Last year for the same time period, we paid for 4. What's really causing the losses right now are mountain lions. And that brings me into the thing on the per capita discussion you guys had a while ago. A lot of the people with goats are not paying per capita. And I end up sending them a letter forcing them to pay before I will pay their claims. A lot of this is out of the area west of the divide, Missoula area. From Kalispell all the way down to Hamilton. That entire area, the people with goats really, I guess, don't understand what per capita is. And the common response I get is, what is it? And why isn't there any kind of a notification put out so that we know about it? And I said, well, there is typically a paragraph in the newspapers and other publications early in the year when the reporting is due, but they're missing that. So, it may be a good idea to do a notice out even during the summer, or especially down around fair time for these people so that they know that there is a per capita fee that they owe. But most of them say they've never seen anything about it ever and are kind of shocked when I won't pay their claim.
that's good to know. Thank you for that. We, that'll enter into the discussion when we start trying to prioritize how we're gonna proceed.
That and without goats showing up on any inspections, that's the only way to catch them is like you guys had talked about earlier. possibility of a flyer like at Murdoch's. A lot of these people are buying their goat feed there, and that might be a really terrific way to let them know. And the only other thing I had is later this week, I'll be sending to IT our new grant form. And next week, we will start accepting or be putting out that grant applications can be filled out, and they're due May 31st, and we'll be holding a grant meeting at the end of June to issue out grants again. And
Nine
that's
have
all I
questions.
have, really.
George, does livestock loss run on the same calendar year, fiscal year that the department does?
Everything in state government does. So yes,
Then why are you able to pay claims from last May, which was in the previous calendar year? So,
because our statutory appropriation carries over from year to year. And we have $300,000 we're allowed to carry. So we always have that money available, even though it's from a previous calendar year. But that's also why our board is looking at administrative rule to put a 6-month time limit for submitting claims, because it does kind of throw things off on by paying them out of the wrong budget year. So if we had a year like we did a few years back where we actually exceeded that 300,000, and again, we had that carryover money so we could still pay the claims. But we'd like to see those claims paid in the correct budget year. And that's so that we're not losing money in that carryover that we use to do payments like to wildlife services.
So do you put on your form that you send out for people to do claims that they must submit their claims before a given deadline?
No, and because the way the law is written, we can't. That's why we're going to do an administrative rule.
Thank you.
Other questions for George? Well, thank you, George.
Yeah, glad to see you guys are going so early.
Well, we're rolling. We're rolling.
You guys might be able to hit the road at a decent time tonight.
Yeah, well, that's a good thought. We'll see.
Okay.
Thank you, George.
Yes.
Well, bye for now.
All right. So,
There, you're at an impasse.
yes.
Donna's not ready for lunch, so keep moving.
No, for sure. There's no lunch happening now.
No. I'm just a little bit, do we have the personnel available that,
Yes, I'm sure that, Miss Alicia Love could come down and do meat, milk and egg inspection. I was wondering if this executive session was, maybe this isn't a good time for that, but just to try to keep us on schedule. Or closer to schedule.
that would be an option. So Alicia's not here. I guess with that, I'm gonna call for an executive session and, so I would ask that our council would fit in maybe
Sure.
Lisa, Girl Scout.
for you.
She was all geared up and ready to go.
All right, I'm
She's walking all in here. All right.
getting it paused.
That works.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
We're live.
All right.
Watch it.
I'm gonna call this meeting back to order, and our next order of business is animal health and food safety with meat, milk, and eggs, and Ms. Love would like to introduce himself and take over.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Alicia Love. I'm the Meat, Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Hoping today we've just got a couple of short topics and then probably one or two longer topics. So we'll try and get through the fast stuff first, if that's all right with everyone. So first item of business, we have, let's see here. We have 2 plants since last board meeting. I did final walkthroughs on them last week. Unfortunately, neither plant got their granted inspection last week. One will probably have it this month. The other one has a little more time to go.
So will they actually end up being a CIS plant and not gonna go fed? Or is this not a CIS?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is just state inspected facilities that I walked last week. We have received since last board meeting 2 more applications for grants of inspection. So we are still seeing a pretty steady trend of folks wanting state inspection. As far as CIS plants go, the facility that was visited by USDA last month is planning to pause that process for now. They've got some construction that they need to do, and they're not wanting to start construction with things starting to pick up in the spring and summer. So they're going to pause that for now, but we are anticipating another application for another CIS plant from one of the new facilities that I visited. So, steady progress on that. With all that activity buzzing, I'm requesting to hire an inspector for Eureka and for the Malta region. The Eureka position will be my 4th new position from last legislative session. And the Malta position is moving one position from the plant that is going to federal inspection.
Okay. We have a motion. Yes.
I move that we, move forward with the new hires that, meat inspection needs.
Okay, both of them.
Yep.
All right, we have a second, all right. I got a second by William. I have a motion by Nina, second by William to grant the request to hire meat inspector for Eureka and Malta. Any discussion?
Eureka.
Yes, Nina.
You're still okay for inspectors? You're not gonna run out of FTEs?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, this will, pretty well fill our positions at this point in time. The other plants that are requesting state inspection currently are in areas that I can work, with the staff that I have. So I think the need for more inspection next legislative session is very obvious at this point, but I think we will be okay.
Okay.
I don't think we have a choice.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Let's back up just a little bit, on that, plant inspections. What's the status of the plant there in Kalispell? Where there were the sale and, and then the proposed updates and co-op and what's happening there? Anything or?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have been in communication with, one of the members of the co-op up there. They have been advised that we don't transfer grants of inspection. We treat it as a new facility. So the last communication I'd had was with the area supervisor and my, EIAO to work on HACCP plans to make sure things like sewer records were, on the up and up. Just, we go through the entire process, especially with that plant, being one of the older ones in the state. Not to air dirty laundry, but we've made assumptions in the past about things being on the up and up, and then when we take a second look, find that we missed something. So we want to make sure that when this plant receives state inspection, that we're confident that everything has been followed through. I have also advised, my EIAO he's gonna be up in the Kalispell area in a couple weeks. I've asked him just to do kind of a generic walk through that plant, just to make sure if there's any questions about anything, that we can kind of get those addressed. So if you have some more specific questions, I can.
Well, questions in there, you know. One, that plant was a fairly sizable plant. I think their processing numbers were a few, I mean, more than just one or two a day, I understand. So what's happening to where are those animals getting processed now? And is there enough, I guess the other thing is there enough animals? Because I think at last meeting, there was discussion that maybe we're seeing a shortage of harvest ready animals in the state, and yet we're still granting businesses more, we're getting more businesses in that. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm not sure what the future plans exactly are for that specific business. It's my understanding, and that plant is still being inspected with its current owner now. And I think that until everything is finalized, we'll continue on that path. One of the interesting components about that facility specifically is that half of it is federally inspected and half is state inspected. And so there's been a little bit of discussion as well on just making sure that we understand exactly where our boundary ends and where the federal boundary starts. I think we're pretty clear on that, but with this being a new group, I just want to make sure that we're really, like I said, I just don't want to make an assumption just because they're up and running now that we're, that we're not missing anything.
How do you do half and half?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this particular facility has jerky that is federally inspected, and so they receive the meat from federally inspected sources, and that jerky building is federal, and then the slaughter and processing component is under state, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, so if it's federally inspected, can they ship out of state?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes, they can.
Okay.
But only their jerky.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes, that's
Just the
correct.
jerky.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think I'm gonna pivot out of order a little bit.
All right.
The next item that I would like to discuss is a request for out-of-state travel. It says for myself, but I would actually like to send two of my supervisors to a conference in June. This conference, we routinely attend. It is a conference for program managers, so other state program managers are in attendance at this particular conference. These conferences are a great way to learn about challenges that other states are facing. It's a good way to discuss new technologies, new food trends that maybe are not customarily requested. Thankfully this year we haven't seen a lot of that. But some of the topics that I would really like to see my staff attend is managing tribal jurisdiction. So plants that are on federal land but want to sell meat to non-tribal residents is a topic this year. And that's been something that we've been approached with questions about quite a bit in the past. So I think there's a lot of benefit to that. There's a whole seminar on mobile poultry slaughter that I think would be really beneficial for my group to hear as well. I would generally attend this conference, but I already have commitments with my USDA egg auditor that week. And having two employees that want to go and want to further their education, I think would be a great opportunity for them.
So how many employees are you requesting?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would like to send two staff, please.
Where does funding come from?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, this is out of our budget. And this is part of our normal travel budget.
So and I'm assuming that there's still money left in that budget for. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've not, little over 50% of their travel budget's been expended.
Okay. All right, entertain a motion to grant that. All right,
I'll make a motion to approve the travel of 2 employees to the ASMID. What does that stand for?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have talked about that for like 2 years. It used to be NSFIDMID.
Yeah.
And we decided that that was not, it didn't come off the tongue nicely, and so we did finally update it, but I forget what the final acronym shook out to be.
you gotta be careful how you pronounce this one too, I think.
I think maybe, notice I didn't say.
You have a second.
Second.
All right. Motion,
Just a discussion.
yes.
This would be double than sending 2 people.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I thought we did get that updated. I apologize if we did not get that in, if that, we did not get that correction in.
You're going to Nebraska, $725 for transportation. Maybe you can, I don't know. Last time I looked, it was.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I thought we got that corrected for both employees, but that,
Okay,
I can
So you
confirm
assume
that.
that it's like
and that's fine if it is in our.
375, 370 per person for airline.
Yeah.
I think that's a clarification that needs correcting.
No problem.
I think that got missed.
Okay. Thank you. Is there other discussion or question? All right, the motion is to grant, Lucy's request to send 2 employees on, to this, as
Yeah.
yes. So, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, so
Right.
now where do you want to go?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would like to begin a conversation, about some discrepancy that was discovered, between what regulations exist for custom exempt processors in the state and what my program has, I hesitate to say, been allowing. I would say that I was not aware of this issue in the scope that we're about to discuss it until a few weeks ago. But the background is that, a question was asked a few weeks ago, regarding whether people who are just slaughtering animals and transporting them to a custom exempt facility required a license with us. And the answer is yes. The state law is very, very clear. I have a copy of it here, but 819217, or I'm sorry, 819201 states it is unlawful for a person, firm, or corporation to engage in the business of slaughtering livestock or poultry, including the operation of a mobile slaughter facility as defined in 819217, or processing, storing, or wholesaling livestock or poultry products without having a license issued by the department. This question was asked of me and I said, well, the state law is very clear. And, I received some communication from one of my area supervisors that says, Alicia, that is not what we have been enforcing.
So just to be clear, is this a contract? Person that's doing the slaughtering and then taking them to a licensed facility, or is there no license at all anywhere in these?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the question was raised because it's my understanding that many of these facilities are taking them to a custom plant with a license, but the person doing the slaughtering does not have their own license.
So if they're an employee of that, custom facility, if they were an employee going out and doing the slaughtering and we're taking it back to the facility, then that would be covered under the one license, but so then I'm envisioning a contract type situation, okay?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, where this became more muddy is it was brought to my attention that there are farm kill units, I guess is the best way I can describe them, where they are not affiliated with one custom business. So their entire business model is they're going out, killing one animal, taking it to one slaughter, this, or one custom exempt facility, going back to a different property, killing a different animal, taking it to a different custom exempt property. And that person, that model is not currently being regulated by us in any fashion, and that clearly violates state and federal law. So I had a lengthy meeting with my supervisors, with Dr. Szymanski, with our new lawyer, who I am sure appreciate being thrown into the mix of all this. About, I mean, we need to comply with state law, we need to comply with federal law, there's no question about that. It was very quickly brought to my attention that if I just said, well, everyone needs to follow custom exempt regulations, and if you're not, you're done. I think it's fair to say that my career here at the Department of Livestock would be short-lived from that moment, as well as any public excursions. So I'm not going to propose we do that. So the Cadillac solution to this is that all these field slaughter agents would have fully enclosed trailers with coolers and waters and bathrooms and hand wash sinks. That's not a realistic solution to bring to you either, without having the exact same outcome that I just described. What I think the compromise to meet regulation, protect public health, and to be mindful of the industry's limitations in these requirements would be a contract of sorts, where if I am going out and doing field slaughters and bringing these carcasses back to a facility, there's a known affiliation between me and that business, some kind of agreement, and I think the details of that can be worked out later, whether we have a form that they sign or, and I think we can work out how to kind of validate where these are going to be processed. I think there's also, unfortunately, some discussion needed that with these farm kill operations, we should be verifying sanitation out on farm kills and the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act. Obviously, with these businesses not having any license with us, we don't know if that is happening or not.
Okay, just, Mr. Chair, just for clarification for me. Okay, we're gonna have a steer killed. And so the person who comes to knock it down, dress it out, take it to the custom plant, are you saying he needs a license? And part of that, because that animal has a brand on its hide, we have to do a bill of sale for the hide part of it to him, because he's gonna take the hide and sell it. So is that, does he have to have inspection to come to our house and do that? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, the brand part of it, I'm going to defer to Mr. Bodnar on. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in that fashion, but I think where this is going to muddy the water is that when we go and license a custom exempt facility, we talk about things like them having a bathroom, having cold holding. If your entire business is you just go out, stun, bleed these animals, and then take them to a facility, you're not going to have a bathroom or a hand wash sink or any of that. And so our proposal that they have some type of, and again, I think we're gonna need to work on the details of this, but some kind of known, this is where this is going. This facility meets the requirements of custom exempt slaughter plants. I think that's the only realistic way to do this. I think that if I were to require them to get a license, they couldn't meet those requirements because it's not, their entire business is not a building. It's just them going out and doing field kills. So I think by them being associated with a custom plant is the only way that I can stay within state law, stay within federal law, and not put a lot of these businesses under.
What about, Mr. Chairman? What about, and I'm thinking of the person who comes to our house and they do, sometimes they're doing sheep and sometimes they're doing cow. They have, and I'm trying to think if it's real heavy plastic or if it's tarp, but something that goes into the truck bed and the carcass is laid on that and then it is totally covered. So no dust or anything gets on it.
So they skin it then at your,
I think they do.
Hmm.
So
Most
depends,
of them do.
depends on what it is, but some of them, I'm not always, I got other things to do. I don't sit and watch them. But I think they've, particularly the sheep, they do right there. And the fleece, the sheep hide is gone. So they're taking a carcass that's skinned out. But he's very careful about what it lays on in the back of the truck and that it's all covered up. Is that something that it comes under our purview or no?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this particular operation that you're describing is likely one of these facilities, one of these
Are you okay?
businesses, that probably doesn't currently meet our regulations. And I want to be very, very clear to the board and to anyone who's listening to this conversation. I don't begrudge or have ill will or have bad feelings about folks. This has been a standard that my bureau has been allowing for a very long time that I was not aware of when I entered this position. And I'm more just trying to work a way forward that protects public health, that follows law, and doesn't put them out of business. So I don't want anyone leaving this room feeling bad about their business model if this impacts someone who's listening in today. I just want to make sure we're straightening this out. So that particular description, Ms. Bacchus, would not meet our regulatory requirements.
Would it be worth, Mr.
well,
Go ahead.
Would it be worth including some of these folks in the conversation to get a better idea of who does what and how they do it, and why they do it?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, so that's part of the reason why I had the meeting with the area supervisors, because they have a much better understanding of what realistically is happening out in the world, better than I probably do. And so we had a pretty productive conversation on, I think that there are ways to stun and bleed animals in the field and take them to a facility and meet regulatory requirements. I think that if they have some kind of written agreement or form that they can sign provided by us so that we can link a business to a plant, I would like to hope that the impact to the industry would be minimal. I think unfortunately some of the field dressing, I guess, for a lack of a better word. I've seen some images of that quite a bit on the internet in Montana that probably needs to be a conversational piece with those individuals about protecting the food once that animal is bled out. But I think what we would like to do is to take this kind of on a case-by-case basis. For the individuals that we know are not currently compliant, approaching them and saying, hey, look, we have some ownership in the problem here as well. Another piece that's going to be happening with all of this is a lot of my inspection staff do not see farm kills. They don't, frankly, a lot of custom slaughter, we don't see at all. And in discussing that with area supervisors, my intention going forward is our custom visits should be unannounced. We don't make appointments for inspection services for obvious reasons. But with us inspecting twice a year, I would say that the first visit is unannounced, and what we see or don't see, we'll inspect what we have. And if we don't see slaughter and they are a slaughter plant, then our second visit out, we would call
and honestly make the appointment and say, hey, we need to see your slaughter. We need to make sure that how you slaughter meets the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act, meets regulatory requirements for custom slaughter operations, so that we can be more aware of what is happening with custom slaughters. And B, I'm hoping for us to be more educational on how they can continue these business models and meet regulations. Thank you.
Okay, little clarification. So if you're a custom exempt plant, you do slaughter at the plant as well as in the field. Is there a separate license for the slaughter in the field? But if someone does it as a business, he needs to have a license that would be the same as the kill plant. Okay.
And that gets really murky because we have a customer that does bison and we do, custom exempt processing for him, but he's trying to get a state inspected slaughter trailer going. So then he can slaughter them in the pasture, but then still have them processed under inspection and sell it throughout the state of Montana. But when you start getting into trailers, if you cross county lines, according to our state law and federal regulations, you technically, correct me if I'm wrong, have to have a sewer permit in every county he slaughtered it. Cause our plants require a sewer permit.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm gonna tap back a little bit into my sanitarian days to answer your question. With a lot of like food trucks and stuff like that, they wouldn't have a sewer permit in every county. They would have a specific dump site where they, again, had a written agreement for where that water went. And as long as there was a written agreement between that, they would honor it. And if they were dumping water in multiple counties, they would have to have copies of multiple agreements of where the water was going.
So it gets very complicated.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
More, Mr. Chairman. So what you're looking at is basically if person A does this, he would have to have his IC license, which he should have anyways. And then he would have to have affiliated saying, probably he would have to go into the plant in the morning and get his contract that says, I'm going to point A to do the slaughter and bring back to you. And then that would cover that one. And if he could do another one, he would go to them and they would contract with him to do point A to point B. But you would still want to see him dispatch, for lack of a better term, that animal in the field periodically to make sure he's doing it right.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so in this particular case, we would not require them to have a different license because they can't meet the requirements of a custom exempt facility. I don't think we would take it down to the dial of like every single day having an agreement with them. I think if these organizations, and I don't think the ones that are going to multiple plants are the norm. I think most of them have one place they're trying to haul it back to. But I think if there was a question, if they had a written agreement with that plant, or like they said, a form that we provided that was signed, if we had a question about it, I think it'd be realistic for us to maybe call the facility and say, hi, I'm out here with Jim Bob today. He's getting ready to dispatch this cow. He says it's coming to your plant. Can you please verify? If we had a question.
Okay.
But I don't think that I would want them to have to spend tons of time doing paperwork every single day to have an agreement.
I was just trying to figure out how it would, if he's going to several different plants, how you would verify. And then I guess having grown up with this, it doesn't bother me probably like it does some sanitary. And, you dispatch it, hang it up in the tractor, drop the offal, throw it in the back of the truck, they go down, skin it, hang it up. I guess I'm just wondering how much more regulation you would put on the rest of the process.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think the short answer is that they would need to conform to custom exempt regulations.
Yeah.
I think, and this was a lengthy conversation again that we kind of had in this meeting, was like, okay, you have an animal, maybe it's August. How far are you driving it? What's the
Yeah.
temperature of that meat during transport? I think that there's probably a little more, probably a little more homework that I need to do on kind of what, you know, how far can a carcass go before we should be asking questions or being concerned about what's happening. So I think there's still some room there, but I think the starting point for us is at least becoming aware of all these field and farm slaughter operations. How many of them are just not being inspected, I think is a really big concern at this point. I think that's where we start. And like I said, I think a development of some kind of form that plants can sign saying, yes, I know this guy is doing field kills. It's coming back here, or he's going to 5 different custom plants, and we have agreements. Just so that we're verifying that I don't want to give a particular business model an advantage, and have them less regulated than a different custom exempt facility would be. I want to make sure we're fair. I want to make sure I follow state law. And now that this is out in the universe, it would not surprise me one bit if next audit field slaughters doesn't become a bigger topic for me. So I want to be prepared for that.
So have we had any complaints on custom exempt processing facilities from customers that were thought that their meat was not safe or anything?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes, we do occasionally get complaints of that nature. Frankly, I get a lot of complaints from the public seeing, you know, these halves of cows just hanging out in a field, and they're like, is that okay with you guys? And really, it shouldn't be. You know, we shouldn't be seeing animals railed up outside when they're skinned and everything. There's quite a bit of contamination that is present in that environment. So I'd say public concern is probably the bigger one. I could spend a long time talking about how traceback of foodborne illness is really complicated, and most folks tend not to blame the food that's theirs from their house that came from their animals. They like to throw McDonald's and them under the bus a lot faster, even if that's not correct. So, but we do occasionally get, you know, we will get some complaints about meat smelling funny when they get it back from the custom processor. You know, we do on occasion get complaints of that nature, and it's sometimes kind of hard to say what exactly happened. You know, we had, you know, a plant that I was at last week, they had a cow that kept bloating, and they had a lot of questions about why that was, and the cow wasn't growing, and they had a lot of questions about if it was even safe to eat, sorry. It turned out the cow had some wire in its gut, and that was causing some issues with it, so they had to make a determination. But I think it would not surprise me if there is not more of a contamination issue happening with these organizations than maybe what folks realize.
So this would just, like, I live a mile away from a plant, so if I wanted to do my own and then just haul it down, it would not apply to me, just a custom person.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Richmond, that's absolutely correct. Anyone who's doing their own killing, we would not regulate personal use.
Yeah, I'm probably that bad guy, because a lot of times I just hang it up and haul it down with the tractor, plop it down in front of the shop.
At least covered with a tarp or something.
It's a mile.
It's fine.
Well, what about the 5-point buck hanging out on the front of the truck? You know, how contaminated is he?
No.
Yeah.
Well, and I just, you know, I grew up in a meat plant. That's what my dad did. He did custom butchering, and he did custom cutting. And there was people that would bring in animals that they had slaughtered. And he was very particular at how they treated them. And when you skin it, I don't know whether you've ever smelled bone sour, but he'd say, it's not staying. So, you know, the integrity of the plant
Absolutely.
None of those custom exempt plants want the reputation of having an issue. So I would think that, you know, with that in mind, that there's gotta be, and I appreciate that you're trying to work through this without interfering with commerce more than you have to, but, you know, by the same token, we have state laws that need to be followed, so it's,
Yeah, I think you're on the right path. I think you got
yeah,
it.
no, I think
Good
so,
direction.
too. I think there is a solution, and, the bigger issue is gonna be exactly the public perception. Because, so my dad, we had a winch in the back of the pickup. Go out there, slaughter the animal, pick it up. It went down like this and,
But that was,
open. But
that was 50 years ago.
that was, well, maybe even a little more than that, Alan.
Just saying.
Dig.
So we have state law stating that there should be a license. Is that based off of federal law that says the same thing?
Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fettis, without digging in further, I am not sure on if that's us mirroring something or if that is something we came up with on our own.
The reason I ask that question is that we're mirroring that in federal law. How, if we get an audit, how would an agreement or a contract signed? Would that look in an audit? Is that something the federal government would say, yeah, we're okay with that? Or is that gonna come back to bite us?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Fettis, if I'm being blunt, I'm not gonna know until it happens. I think this is going to be a substantial improvement over what we were doing.
Yes.
A lot of the conversations I've had with USDA is my program is very much a work in progress. And I take ownership and accept that that is the fate I've accepted for myself. And if I can get these folks licensed and get them to stop skinning out in cow fields next to horses, I think that's an improvement. And if we need to improve more in 2 years, I'm willing to explore how we do that without holding up industry.
So, one question. So you said most people skin in field?
Oh, most of them do, yeah.
See, around me, nobody does.
Oh, they all do by us.
It's hide on, haul
Yeah,
to shop.
that's
skin
their
in
way
shop.
in our house.
No.
Alan.
So I'm looking at it from another angle. Do you have some things that we need as a department that maybe we go and change some of the wording in the law that we have to allow for some of these exemptions or something like that? It's something to explore, because if it's something we do, we need to get working on that so we can get presented in time.
And that's partly why I asked about the federal law, because if it's not in federal, we could do something with our state statute. But if we're mirroring what's in federal, that's not gonna do us any good, but the other way, it
But
could
that's what I'm-
potentially.
Well, or rules, I mean, that was.
Rules will be easier.
Yeah,
And that's kind of, reading between the lines, that's where you were going. Right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Redfield, Mr. Fettis, I am, at this point in time, I would not be in favor of changing regulations, because to maintain our status with USDA, we have to be equal to or better. I would say that this proposal is, I'm hoping equal to, it's definitely not better. So any regulatory changes would need to be tighter than USDA, and I don't think that that is going to be received well. And I would rather not go into legislative session trying to find ways to make custom exempts less regulated. I don't think that that's a good road ahead for me.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying that, we may have to look at some way towards some things, tighten something up.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Redfield, I think a good conversation with our lawyer would be a good place to go, to talk about these contracts, and do they meet the intention of this MCA? I think there's maybe still a little bit of a question that needs to be asked there, but for the time being, I think this is a good step forward to get more compliant with regulation. And if I can take some lashes in my next audit, then we will do that. But I think that, and maybe I'm too comfortable in saying this, but I think USDA recognizes that we are trying to get better. And as long as the issues that we had last audit and the audit before and so forth, as long as we're showing that we're making good faith efforts to get better, if this is one we get dinged on that we have to keep tightening up, then that becomes the next project. I'm never bored in this job.
That's good.
I'm glad you're in the job. You do an excellent job.
Yes, yes,
Thank
I all agree. So, with that, are you doing the red tape relief also? Or is that someone else is gonna go through that?
Dr. Szymanski's gonna be on.
On to the red tape? Okay, because I was just thinking if you were here, so then we'll just stay by the agenda then and move on to Dr. Judah or.
Certainly what's not on the agenda is the milk inspection conversation. Ms. Love might bear witness on that, or help witness this, so.
This might be, yes, because we go to Brand, so, all right, let's move into that, it'll be a non-agenda item. And we will address that. Even though it was a bit late coming. So with that, maybe
Krista.
we have here that send an email. And so Krista, would you like to join Ms. Love there?
I didn't expect you to do it by today, just FYI. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Krista Lee Evans. Lily was kind enough to distribute the letter that I sent to Mr. Honeycutt yesterday. Last fall, I had submitted a request to the department. We had gotten word that we were gonna have to look at inspection fees and asking for a producer-driven or industry-driven solution. So last fall, I had sent an email to the department just asking for some basic numbers so that the producers and the processors could have a starting point, right? So that they understood what the conversation was about. Lily was able to obtain those numbers last month. So I met with my folks earlier this month. They put together a list of issues and questions. And then I followed up with the Dairy Gold producers as well. I'm in the process of trying to identify contact information for some of the more private entities that don't go through the larger processors. Like, for example, Lifeline, Headstrom Dairy, those, or Kalispell Creamery, some of those folks. Just to make sure that they're included in this conversation. But really, the intent with this was after our meeting, just asking for a little bit more information so that everybody understood the need. And to put it into context a little bit, the last time Montana milk producers dealt with the fee increase or the assessment increase was in 2016. And the request from the department at that time was to increase it to over 25 cents per hundredweight. We did get involved at that point, and the end result of that was actually reducing our fee by a cent per hundredweight. So we've been involved in this conversation before. We're happy to be a part of it. We just want to make sure that we understand all the different pieces. And yeah, so I recognize that your timeline is short to meet budget requirements. Trying to circle up our gang is not always so easy since we're across different processors. But we'd like to have some more information so that we can continue to have conversations about an industry-driven recommendation. So I certainly don't expect you to be able to answer all this today. And I apologize about the late, I just sent it yesterday. I just finally heard back from the Dairy Gold guys yesterday and the DFA processors a few days before. So anyway, that's what we're working on. Just need a little bit more detail so that everybody understands. Nobody's opposed to, people getting paid what they're worth. They just want to understand where it's coming from.
And it's been my intention that we would be better served if we could all sit around this table and realizing that maybe you would like to see some more information. So is, in keeping the time frame of our budget process. That's the part that we're under a time crunch, so, and I talked a little bit with Mike about that when he called me to give me his bad news, but, and then yesterday we talked a little bit again about, where we need to go. And, we talked about some of the questions that are on your email, because we did have it last night when I was in here. And, I don't think we have all the answers yet, but,
And
we
the-
will.
And the intent, so you know, was to schedule a meeting here at the department so that we can bring folks in, have that conversation. And you guys let us know when it works and I will try to circle up folks.
All right, well, let us get as much of this information, and the good thing about sitting at this table in this building is if there's information that is available, but not here at this table, maybe we can get it and get it back to the table while everybody's here and, come out of here with a solution that we either take to the legislature or work through as a department or whatever, so.
And amongst the producers, there's gonna have to be some conversations as well. There's a lot of different animals in this world. And so, but anyway, we would like to set up a meeting and have just a little more data or information before we come in.
All right, appreciate it.
Crystal Lee, we're talking timelines here. When do you need a response from the dairies? Of how they're gonna, if they're going to fund inspections. And if you don't have their answer, at what point do we need to look far more seriously at requesting general fund to cover the inspections? Because I know there's timelines in there for all of that, and I'm not sure the dairies understand that.
We do.
You know,
We
okay.
understand that there's timelines. There is some concern from the dairy's perspective on taking general fund. The risk associated with that, certainly on the table, but part of the conversation we've had is that there's a lot of pigs at that trough sometimes, and sometimes the trough is pretty small. And so if there's a way for us to fund this through our assessments, at least the folks that I've interacted with, they're very interested in doing that. They just need to understand what they're paying for. And to make sure that they're comfortable that they feel like it's a fair increase. So that's really where we are.
So do you have an idea of when you need an answer from them so that if we need to move forward, we can?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bacchus, I can see reading into this, that it's that June month date that, causes a little bit of the question. So if we can agree to maybe move that back into April, I think that would facilitate that. When I read the June date, I also read in there that, this isn't a legislative issue for this question and answer period. This is how are we gonna fund this in the industry question? And we don't need legislation if we're gonna fund it through the industry as it's currently funded. So we would like to get it to April so that we can have that go, no-go decision out of the way as far as the legislature is concerned and not wait till June. So April would be the month.
So, and that would be great. My group meets quarterly. And so they wanted to meet in June. So I can certainly reach out to them and say, if we're gonna do it, it needs to be sooner than that. But I think your read is appropriate in that they're, as a result of our first meeting, they're envisioning funding this themselves. They just need to understand better.
Well, and I guess if we get past the legislative deadline for the budget requests, then we know where we're going, correct? We would be funding it from other sources.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think there's lots of options.
I said other sources. Okay, so, well, I thank you, Krista, for coming in, and I appreciate that we had time enough to address this, because it is an urgent matter, and we would like to have the industry input and blessing with whatever we move forward with, because it sure makes it a lot easier for everyone involved if we're all on the same page. So,
Absolutely. Thank you. And the dairy industry is not super organized like some of the other industries, so it takes a little bit to bring all the different groups together, but.
But I
do my
know that
best.
there's somebody with it.
We'll see if we can get it done.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I do just want to make a quick note before we break on this. Myself and two of the sanitarians will be in Golden, Colorado at the end of April, so I would strongly request that we not do that date. And for clarification, that's a grant, not my budget that's paying for that. So, just in case there's a question out there.
Well, yeah, we'll work with you guys to find a
Okay.
date.
Perfect.
It's gonna be herding cats because there's people everywhere. So, but yes, thank you.
Okay, all right, so,
That answers my question, Mr. Chairman.
okay, so are there any other questions or comments? Lily, do you have any comments?
No, yeah, I definitely think we need to do it in April and get everybody on board, because in my conversations, it was state funded too, so we'll have to get everybody here and all get on the same page.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, thank you.
It's just restroom.
Okay,
Yeah.
is that correct?
I'm sorry.
If they're gonna schedule a meeting here, they have to talk to you because Mike will not be here for at least 2 months.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he'll be here.
Donna will.
Get a
Herd
scooter,
cats.
Yeah,
Huh?
get a scooter, get him a wheelchair. He
he'll
can
be
come.
here, yeah, he'll be here.
Little knee bracer here.
Are you saying
Needs
that he
weird.
will get, cabin fever?
Yes.
It's worse from home. The driving part is at 2 months from what I understand, but who knows, after he has his surgery, we'll all know much better what his prognosis is and where his schedule. So, cause he possibly can't, if his swelling is too great, they won't do the surgery this week, so that's another issue that he won't know until later, so. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, good to keep moving along?
Yep.
All right, Dr. Judah.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah. I'm the lab director for the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. Hopefully I won't take up too much of your time today. So the first item of business that I have is an out-of-state travel request. We just received word from NBSL, which is the national lab in Iowa, and the AABLD, which is our regulating body. They are hosting a joint meeting that revolves around molecular diagnostic testing. This is to be held at Cornell University in June 11th and 12th of this year. It's geared towards laboratory technicians, so not administrative, but more the bench scientists that are doing this testing. Some of the specific topics will include new technologies, troubleshooting, high throughput testing, and interlaboratory cooperation. A nice feature of this is that the travel will be reimbursed by NBSL and AABLD. That said, I do expect they will not reimburse everything. So I listed some of those ancillary costs down here in the cost estimate for per diem, airport parking, and then of course the payroll for the people to be out of the lab is obviously a cost that we have to incur. So with that said, I'd like to get your blessing to send Araceli and Sarah. Araceli is our section lead in molecular diagnostics, and Sarah is cross-trained heavily in molecular diagnostics, but she works within the virology laboratory.
When is this?
This is June 11th and 12th.
Okay.
Okay, all right, William, I have a motion by William, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a second by Greg, discussion. Looks like it should be fairly small cost to the department, so, and hopefully a great gain, so. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, moving on. Just a couple of, operational updates I have for you. As of late, we've been very focused on, retaining our AABLD accreditation, and part of that is submitting an application, to do so. Also involved in preparation is the, conducting internal audits and management review, which we do routinely. Over the last month, Tess Moore, who is our QA manager, completed 8 internal audits for regulatory compliance, and this was pretty much all of the individual lab sections as well as receiving. Those audits, basically, she'll, request lab technicians walk her through a specific process, ask them where their SOPs are, training records, things of that nature. And then recommendations or non-conformances are noted and summarized. And if warranted, we will initiate corrective action. So that's underway currently. So that was a lot of work, a lot of preparation for that. That will be included as part of our accreditation application, which is due on April 1st, so Monday. But I think Tess mentioned she wants to have it submitted by Saturday, I believe. We did conduct management reviews on March 5th through 6th. That took a total of 15 hours of meeting time. That involved myself, the 2 section heads, which are Dr. Smith and Dr. Schwartz, and Tess Moore as QA manager. We did then a recap and summary meeting to review the action items, which were extensive. So it's I don't know how many pages the spreadsheet is, but I wouldn't want to print it for fear that an environmentalist might come after me. But it's a lot of work is my point. The output from the management review is also provided as part of our accreditation package. And some of the other items related to the upcoming AABLD application submission. We need to provide the lab's quality manual and all quality system documents to the audit group. So this is hundreds and hundreds of documents. Internal audit reports, corrective action logs, examples of corrective action reports over the last year. Those are all included as part of the package. And then they also request a funding summary, tests and services provided, which is nice because we do annual reports. So that's turnkey, readily available. And then I need to pen up a nice director's assessment for the group and talk about what we've been able to achieve over the last 5 years, which there should be no shortage. So I'm pretty confident that'll be well received. So with that said, I'd give you the opportunity to ask any questions related to the accreditation process or the work that goes into that.
So you are gonna be accredited.
That is the hope.
So did you find in your internal audits, did you find issues that needed to be addressed then? I would assume that you have some.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there were definitely deficiencies. I think every lab section had at least one potential nonconformance noted. The severity of the nonconformance is really what is paramount. If it's something that's going to impact test results or operations, client services, that's a lot more significant than something like, you said you were gonna put this here and it went over here type of deal, so. It's a pretty broad spectrum of what was found, I know at least the internal audit that I was involved in was receiving, we had some deficiencies in training records because we've had some turnover in staff. and we didn't properly document the training. Things like that, or what comes up, you know, the goal of an internal audit is to improve, so, not entirely unexpected. No deal breakers.
Yeah, well, I guess the test will be when you get the real audit, how well the press was, huh?
This is true, and just an FYI, the on-site audit committee is scheduled June 2nd through 5th for the on-site audit portion.
Of next month, April?
June.
Oh, June.
Yeah, so April 1st, the application goes in, they'll review it, probably come back, there'll be some back and forth with trading or requests for further documentation and getting them prepared to come out and look at our operations. Obviously, the expertise of the individuals they send, it's a team of 3 with also a 4th member that is that's part of the Wyoming lab. And so I believe one of the head of the site audit team is a pathologist in North Dakota laboratory. And another one of the audit team is a member of NBSL, so the National Lab. And I can't recall what the third one's specialty is, but obviously they're qualified to be doing this. Any other questions?
No extension cords?
No extension cords?
I can remember, I remember. The audit almost didn't go through because there were so many extension cords.
Ms. Bacchus, they are all neatly tucked under a table in my office currently. And ready to wheel out in the event of a power outage. Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I just wanted to give you a brief update on some building construction highlights, lowlights, however you want to look at it. They have been moving dirt again as of this week. I guess it got warm enough and they're starting back up with excavation work. They have been doing some of the utilities work on the site in recent weeks. They built a water retention pond, I believe is what it is, on one side of the site. So there is stuff underway, and in talking with the folks at Swank recently, they mentioned that they were anticipating, I think, next week to get back into full-fledged operations. We have been doing a significant amount of behind the scenes work related to the incinerator purchase. And I think Brian mentioned it's been initiated, at least. We issued the purchase order and probably paid the down payment by now. But there's still some design work related to how the incinerator is to be built and engineered. So we're going through a process of specifying that to the contractor, and the things we're talking about is what side of the incinerator is the clean out door on, what voltage does it run on, questions like that. Where's the burner, where's the primary burner going to be located? And then questions related to if we have the walls up by the time this thing gets here, what challenges does that present? So I think we've at least settled the question that it'd be preferred to set the incinerator and the stack and then build around it. These are the types of things that are going on, but it's there's only about 10 people involved in these discussions on, 5 or 6 on each side of it. There may be a slight modification to the steel work that for the incinerator room based on needing to move it like 6 inches, and obviously that impacts your hole in the roof, and having the steel already prefab might require having to go back and redo it and incur some additional costs. But I believe there's a budget for, contingencies within the project. Today I had a conversation with Max about the casework. Brian and I have been in discussion with Tawny and Evan about how do we get the authority to pay for this large chunk of casework that we pulled out of the construction budget? That is all three of the labs, so the Bol Lab and Ag Analytical as well. For us, the price tag on that, I believe it's $617,000, something in that neighborhood.
So when you say for us, is that
DOL.
departments?
Yeah. So with a conversation with Max, he mentioned that he wanted to get Wool Lab, us and Ag together to kind of talk about the timing of that purchase. He did mention that Ag had informed him that they have the funds available to find a mechanism to get the authority. So we were thinking EPP, which we can put it in there and it's gonna get approved, but that money would not become available until July 1st of 2025. So my question for Max was, if we go that route, how does that jive with the timeline and the install and the building project in general? So these are some of the discussions related to that casework that are just starting to take off. I believe that Ag informed Max that they may have a mechanism of going to the budget office with an MOU or something of the like to get approval for authority without having to go through the EPP process. So I asked Max that he send an introductory email and we can get the parties talking and see and explore if there may be other options. The other question that he had for me was related to the vendor and state purchasing. The fact that this was bid as part of a competitive bidding process, the construction project in general, does that I guess preclude the need to go out and rebid this at the state purchasing level because they use the casework provider that was in the original bid. So with the incinerator, it wasn't an issue. Fingers crossed, it won't be an issue again. What I do know is they want all three of the parties to get the casework from the same vendor. So we can work off one set of drawings, you know, simplify it, make the purchase at once. As far as Wool Lab funding, I believe they are raising like donor funds to pay for their portion of the casework. But it's a much less chunk of the pie. It's $100,000 or something like that. So I have, you know, pretty good confidence they'll be able to get that done.
So you're talking some timelines here, and I'm reading that July of 25 would be quite a ways outside of what you're looking at. So what kind of time frame are you anticipating?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, those are the questions that we need to answer, because lead time on, you know, a massive building worth of cabinetry and what have you, I expect is gonna be significant. And then there's also the process of going through and doing the build drawings and spec sheets and all that stuff. So I think the sooner the better. If we have to get the funding authority till July of 2025, I can assure you we'll move along every piece of it we can prior to pulling the trigger and cutting a check. You know, there's a possibility they may allow us to do some of that work without a down payment. Those types of questions. So there's also the possibility that we could potentially modify like a non-financial plan to pay for a down payment. So I'll work with Brian and stay between the navigational beacons.
Hey, I don't know whether, excuse me, to ask you or to ask Brian. We have the funds. We don't have the authority. So all we're after is authority.
Ms. Bacchus, that's right. This would be I mean, we'd be relying, at least at the onset, you know, would be the intention of using per capita fees. So that is a conversation for the board at an appropriate time. But that's what, you know, we've projected.
So is this a request for authority that we put in this fiscal year, with this legislature?
That's definitely, the standard option on the table for us, for sure. I do think, there's, with A&E involved, authority is, a big question mark. They've got a lot of excess authority that they need, because of issues like this. So we may be able to use somebody, through OBPP. We may also be able to use someone else's authority, especially in a construction project.
Which means you've lost me, but obviously Alan knows exactly what you're talking
Well, I
about.
know what he's talking about on the authority. To other people, the state construction
Huge.
unit or whatever, they have authority. Then we can use some of their authority to get this done.
So basically you're just borrowing some money.
You're borrowing authority, you
Authority,
already borrowed money, you borrow authority.
And then you just pay them back when you get the authority.
I mean, our construction project is not our authority, it's A&E's authority. So we're just maybe looking for a plus up on what they have available.
Okay,
We'll have to have some more discussions for sure, with A&E and OBPP.
which means we need to have those discussions sooner rather than later, because we need to have everything in place by June.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm gonna hold off and see what Max and Greg come up with on that, but yes, I would say so, that's right.
Okay.
It's the same, we got some of the same timelines, no matter
Yes,
what.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my intent, or at least the timeline I'm working off of, is we will be showing you guys EPP, a draft of the EPP plan next meeting in April. That's what was requested, I believe. So that may appear as a line item, and then if we learn something before May, we may end up pulling it out if there's an alternative mechanism, but we can modify it on the fly once we learn more. And I'm learning every day in this process. It's my first time going through this as well.
Yeah, I mean, little small projects, so, and you just get to do it yourself. You don't have to rely on two other parties to be involved, so it's pretty simple.
Yeah, exactly.
So we can go ahead and still do our thing. And the other two labs are.
That was my
gotta
next
figure-
item.
That's okay.
Mike and I talked, and Brian last night, the first half of May, groundbreaking.
Oh. First half.
So-
of May.
Take a look at your calendars and see,
You just tell me the day.
okay, well, so, that's a pretty wide window, but, I'd like to get a date. And then we're gonna, our architectural firm has committed in the past to kind of, getting us through this and taking the lead, I guess, on putting this together. So I'm gonna hold their feet to the fire on it. And, so we just need to, talk about a date and then let them know, and they will facilitate that actual happen. Perfect. Okay, so let's talk about a date then. So Dr. Judah, is there anything on your calendar there, the 1st of May, that would interfere with?
I do not believe so, Mr. Chairman. As long as it's not June 2nd through 5th, I think we're gonna be okay.
We're not coming down there.
Sooner the better there, because everybody will get start in the field and everything
Well,
else.
some of us will be in the field, but we'll
Okay, graduation is Mother's Day,
graduation
So-
at MSU.
MSU, so
So
you
that's-
probably
that's
wanna
12.
stay clear of that.
Yes.
Go ahead of
that's
that.
the 12th.
Go
So
ahead.
Mother's Day is which is the 5th, or what day is
The
it?
12th.
12th.
12, Mother's Day.
So you wanna shoot for that first, or the first full week of May, somewhere between the
Let's do it on the
6th
8th.
and the 10th? What would you say, Al?
Let's do it on the 8th.
8th?
Middle of the week.
How's that, William?
Well,
Oh, that's Wednesday.
Still waiting. we have a few holidays, I don't know. if we're gonna get
That's
paid.
Wednesday.
Wednesday's a big, you can't do Wednesdays.
Yeah, Wednesday's a pig day.
No, it's actually changed to Tuesdays, my weaning day now, so I can do Wednesday now, but not Tuesday.
Okay, well, see, then the Wednesday
You
works.
just
Eight
get
works.
used to it. when you switch
Okay.
it.
You're changing your date? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, we had to change our weeding day due to seaming, so we had to.
So the 8th of May, is that work?
Yep,
All right.
Well, wait, Jake doesn't know what's going on.
Jake wasn't here.
He never
so
does.
He doesn't get.
Jake will be there.
Eight
He
of
lives
May.
there.
Remember.
Groundbreaking, the 8th of May.
Let me check my count. What day of the week is that?
Wednesday. Cedars in, you're 2, 3, now you'll be done by then.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, something that, I mean, I would try to stay as far away from graduation as possible, because I suspect a hotel room is gonna be $500 a night in Bozeman around that time.
So is that far enough away?
That's a good question. I don't know how many families come into town early, that time of year to.
At $500 a night, I wouldn't
No.
think that very many
could
would
say
come to
living.
town. I would.
Bring a sleeping
And
bag
that's
and
me.
stay in my pickup truck.
Well, so,
Jake, how many bedrooms you got?
Not enough.
so do we pick an A day and a B day?
Good.
You go the May, well, you go first in May.
Yeah, May 1st.
Do you
I'll
want,
be
and you
putting
wanna
Cedars
do
in
it,
May 1st.
you wanna do it before?
Yes. This is early in the month. You do it after the 12th, then they just get muddier as you go.
Oh, no, wait.
Okay,
That's a Wednesday.
Greg, how are you? You start lambing or calving somewhere there.
You know, we'll be calving at that point, but hopefully it's nice enough. They've been
They
calving
do it
for
on their own.
1,000 years.
They
They
should
do
be
it
able to
on
do
their own.
it on their own.
What time of the
We
day?
should be done lambing by then.
That we have not decided.
There again, just set a date, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's all we
Okay.
can do.
So do you want to move it up to the 1st then? Is that what
I think we should have two options, 1st or 8th.
First
Well, that
or
way it gets, I mean, the first gets you,
One work for me.
gets you a
Sure.
full week and a half
We had
away
a
from
meeting,
graduation.
first, the church meeting, the first one.
So Dr. Judah, do you want to?
No, I have to say that one.
Oh, it wouldn't.
You,
I
how do you pronounce it?
Because you could get that.
Yes.
Gentlemen, and
Well, a lot of them need
and then they'll coordinate with,
I saw you in Minnesota too.
I mean,
So May
they gotta-
1st is your first choice?
no,
No,
no, they.
It'll work for
the
me,
architectural
No.
Oh,
Second one.
So, so the first May, the first choice.
And because,
No,
Well, you-
Not for William.
William's got a church.
he has a
Oh,
church
I
meeting.
didn't hear that.
okay, so the 8th of May. Or the second of May, the Thursday, they're,
I know, I'm deafer now.
What?
Oh, nothing.
It all
I didn't
depends on
hear
the
it
time.
either. So that's-
do you have church all that week or would the second work?
No, it's something, the second will work, I guess I can make it work, but. I mean, that's not, if we have to do it the second, so that's not a problem.
Or the third?
So basically, we'll have to go spend the night there, right? If I'm going
Well,
Wednesday.
no, I don't know, I don't think so, it's just not, it's not gonna be a big deal, it's just gonna be, I don't know, a couple hours. You kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could drive
And
down.
it sure doesn't have to start at 8 o'clock in the morning,
No.
Yeah.
in fact, it probably
think we
won't
should.
start.
I think
at
we
8
should hang
o'clock
out there all day.
because-
Maybe they'd let us in an excavator.
Yay.
You know, I would think that Dr. Judah, maybe we could talk about scheduling it a little later in the day so that most of us could travel down there, attend the thing and travel home and not have to think about.
Yeah.
Because motel rooms in Bozeman are not cheap.
I would also like to ask if we could take a tour of Jake's kill plant.
Probably not with me on that day, because Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, I'll be breeding cows morning and night.
Oh, that won't work.
We'll do it at 1. You're fine, don't worry.
That's what I was gonna say, middle of the day would be perfect, because otherwise I might be busy.
We
Well,
might all, it's been a long time since I did anything. Let's fall in line.
Yeah, we'll just stop there and breed the cows.
All right, so
I can get 20%.
there gives you some.
let's get back on what day are we,
Take you out there.
are we talking about?
Are
For
we
sure.
looking, are we the second or we the
Second.
eighth, or the
Third.
second?
Second.
All right,
May 2nd.
Second or the
Everybody-
eighth.
1 o'clock.
Even us that are a little harder hearing, we're still hearing the 2nd of May.
Yes.
Okay,
At 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
That gives everybody time. to think.
And is our B day the 8th then?
Yep.
At 1
Our
o'clock?
meeting would
Okay.
be the 8th.
So one of our legislators who was instrumental in helping get this through passed away. Gordon Vance.
Oh,
Huh. No,
What?
He passed away.
Who did?
Gordon Vance.
Name your bulls.
When?
Oh, about a week,
Names.
maybe last week something.
Oh, you're kidding.
So you'll have to coordinate with Mike and
Service is
get
April
the
3rd.
names so that we may try and get.
Oh.
I'm not gonna miss anybody.
That's right. I did not know that.
No, I mean,
So,
it just showed up on my,
all right. Kate, are we, are there anything else, Dr. Judah, that you'd like to inform us on?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Did you fill all your students, the fellows?
Oh, Ms. Bacchus, Mr. Chair, members of the board, yes, we have another fellow, that has agreed to join us. I believe it's August 1st. And this is a gal who is an MSU student, and I think she's pre-vet. So. We're
So
pretty
how long
excited.
are these, remind me, how long are they, like a 9-month fellowship? or
It's 12 months.
12 months?
Mr. Chairman, and they do, I believe, have the option to extend it for another 12 months if they so desire. Most of these individuals seem to be pretty career path oriented, so they're using it as a stepping stone to do the next big thing in their life, whether it's grad school or, some other program. So we haven't had anyone take us up on the opportunity as of yet to extend it, but it's been a godsend for us. I mean, we really enjoy it, and these individuals are very highly motivated. Every one of them has just been a pleasure to work with, so
I
it's been
thought
pretty
your
cool.
first one extended.
No, she did not. She ended up going to medical school,
Okay,
so.
okay.
just an FYI, Mr. Chair, Evan texted me and said that graduation is May 10th. So the 8th is now getting pretty close to that.
Oh, it is.
so.
Well, we're
it's-
still.
It was
first
Mother's
choice
Day,
is the
Mother's
second.
Day weekend.
Well,
So the second's
we're
still
still,
good.
I mean, if we,
A week ahead of time.
we're not worried about motel rooms, are we? I
No,
mean, is there,
Not really.
No, no.
so.
Traveling,
the eighth, and we're-
Alan has a whole
our
extra
first-
house, so.
What was that? Lily?
He said Alan has a whole extra house if anyone has to stay.
Geez, that's just about as far as I am.
We're good to
All
live,
right.
if Ellen doesn't have room.
Oh, yeah. And the dairy barn's active all 24
Yeah,
hours a
exactly,
day,
see?
so. All right, well, then let's just leave the dates. Our first choice is the second, our second choice is the 8th. And we're not anticipating an issue with motel rooms anyway, so.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so, and, is there any other questions for Dr.? Okay. Would you like to share that, Jay?
I just said I thought he wasn't gonna ask us for money this time because he didn't need any equipment, and then he still comes and asks for travel money.
And there's always, he can't do it.
He can't do it. It's not possible.
He's just.
But it's just pocket change or
That's what he
something.
said.
But everybody's pocket change adds up to something.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. Okay,
All right,
Well-
thank you, board.
I think we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. And we'll reconvene at 10 minutes to 2.
You're on.
All right, we will give the delay a little time. Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And the next order of business is Dr. Szymanski. Are you on, Dr. Szymanski? And if you are, you can introduce yourself and take over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, board. Tani Szymanski, State Veterinarian Administrator, Animal Health Bureau, or Animal Health and Food Safety Bureau. Apologies for my remote attendance today. This is a vacation that we had planned for some time. I just had one scheduled item, and I think an item that has added itself to agenda in light of recent going on in Texas. So I can start with the red tape relief administrative rule changes. if the board pleases, and then we can move into an update on the dairy situation.
Whatever you like, you have the floor, so you just proceed how you'd like.
So I can walk through these administrative rules one more time if the board would like. I did make all of the changes that were suggested following the last board meeting, or if there's specific rules that any of the board members want to address.
What's your pleasure, board? Would you, how detailed do you want to get into this?
Have we looked at all these previously? There's no new ones?
There are no new ones. The administrative rule regarding rabies and trying to modify that 60-day quarantine zone is no longer presented, so there's no changes that would be made to that rule. The administrative rule that pertains to finding tuberculosis lesions in animals, that was 32.611. That has also been removed from this group, in that there will be no proposed changes to it at this time.
So what I'm understanding is that everything that you're presenting here is what we've already discussed in the past. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. With the revisions that were suggested by board members last meeting, Mr. Chair.
Well, maybe we could go through and just make sure that the revisions that were suggested, do you have those that you could kind of just run through and make sure that we're all.
I think I can do those relatively quickly, Mr. Chair.
Safe?
So 32.3.104, 32.3.104 is as presented last time. It's just adding the authority to quarantine a few conditions that we don't currently have a quarantine authority for. 32.3.108 talked about conditions for quarantine and release of quarantine. I corrected my numbers on this one, I believe. And then if you'll look at number 5, in the second line of number 5, livestock herds designated as affected must be officially identified with USDA 840 series radio frequency tags or microchips to allow for other species in which we can use microchips in. So that was one of the points of feedback last week. One other question. Oh, we'll skip. Well, I'll hold that for 1 second. There were no other changes to this section after discussion from last section. A lot of the conditions that you see here in this rule were pulled out of some of the disease specific language and brought forward into this general quarantine section. 32.3.131. This was the other one where there was a change based upon the conversation last time to specify which has held an animal known to be infected with an infectious contagious disease, to kind of clarify that those have to be cleaned, and that we don't kind of go back and seek out transport like trailers that have previously hauled animals. 32.3.132 is repeal. 32.3.140 duties of deputy state veterinarian. There were no changes to that section. Definitions 32.3.201. Again, no changes to what was presented to the board at last month's meeting. 32.3.207. Likewise, no changes to what was presented last month. 32.3.216. Again, no changes to this section. I'm going to just kind of 32.3.402. That's a section for repeal. 32.3.403, no changes from last month. 32.3.407 is a repeal. 32.3.4.11, this was one that there was feedback on, a question regarding specifying that it is cattle that we would be applying these regulations to. I went through and read administrative rule in context, and it does, I mean, our brucellosis regulations are specific to cattle. And so there's no reason to add that language to this section of rule. And I can walk through the rest of them, Mr. Chair, but that was where I think feedback, those were the three substantial points of feedback from the previous board meeting.
All right, is there any, Nina?
Thank you. Connie, can we go back to 32.3.104.140?
Certainly.
H.
Subject to these other conditions?
Yeah. In G, you say they must report loss, theft, etc. immediately. But in H, you say they have 30 days to report.
Oh, I'm
And,
sorry.
and I'm
in the
not
right
sure
section.
I'm
One
reading
second.
it quite right. It says, okay, H says they have 30 days to report diseases to the state vet. Why have you given the assistant state vet 30 days to give the state vet a report?
Okay, if you go up to D, report immediately all cases of quarantinable diseases.
Which one are you on?
D.
D,
Thank
letter
you.
D. Report immediately all cases of quarantinable diseases to the state veterinarian.
Right.
And then the diseases that don't fall into that category of ones that we would take an action under. So like trichomoniasis, rabies are quarantinable. Salmonella in calves is not quarantinable, but is reportable. So for those diseases, historically, the department has allowed those to be reported within 30 days of detection.
Okay. All right. That clears it up. Thank you.
Absolutely.
But since you have offices next door to each other, I don't know why it would take 30 days to walk through the door.
That is for deputy state veterinarian. So those are the veterinarians in the field reporting that.
Deputy state.
Every assistant,
This comes under the,
but every veterinarian is considered as, if they pass it, there's.
Really? There's some folks.
Yeah, that's not the assistant state, that's the deputy.
Okay, deputy state, that makes more sense.
Okay, are there other questions or comments on the proposed rule changes?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, maybe one section that would be worthwhile just to review, since it is new section, is the portion on indemnity.
So which section is that?
Why don't I can't find it? That is.
It'd be the last one. It's 32.3.4.18.
That looks like a.
That's redundant. That's not it. Where is it?
That's right.
I don't see it.
That's a repeal, we repealed that one.
Yeah. It should be 32.3.108 according to your first page. Yeah. Why does that not read the same on, okay, well, yes, because
The section.
it's the quarantine and release of quarantine, indemnity for animals destroyed due to disease.
Correct. That would be, the intent was for that to be a new section within that subchapter. But the language is not in my submission, so I don't know where my language went. So we might have to hold that one section until next meeting.
Okay,
Just to ensure that the board is okay with the language in that. But that was presented last section. It largely mimics what the board used for a policy last time in approving the last indemnity in limiting the amount for a registered animal to 2 times the current market value for those animals.
So what, I don't see any action required, in this, agenda on, are we,
This should have been a request for the board to approve moving forward with the rulemaking process in regards to these batch of rules.
okay, well, I assumed that, but I just, here in this, where, I guess I didn't turn the page, so yes, attached to yes, board vote required, yes, so. So is there other questions? If not, just so we're clear, we are going to hold that 32-3-108 until next meeting and get clarification. Is that the one? Is that the correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, yep, the indemnity section I will hold.
Okay, so with that, I would entertain a motion to accept the proposed administrative rule changes without 32-3-108. So moved. Okay. That was second, motion by Alan and second by William. Is there a discussion?
Yeah.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, now, Dr. Smansky, now you were gonna move on to the high path. Is that what's your next
Yes.
agenda item is?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, about a week and a half ago, we got wind of some illness that was being seen on dairies down in the Texas Panhandle. What was being reported was initially a substantial decrease in food consumption. Many of these dairies have monitoring systems in place so they can tell when animals have decreased their daily food consumption, along with a substantial drop in milk production. And in some of these animals, they were seeing a very abnormal appearance to the milk, where it almost looked like thick and yellowish, more like colostrum than milk. Some of those animals, they were reporting abnormal, like a tacky or very loose feces, low-grade fever. And then some of those animals would go on to develop respiratory disease. If everybody's familiar with like a winter dysentery type of illness, there was a lot of similarities there. All of the diagnostics, however, that were being done on these herds were not returning kind of some of the normal players for what you would expect for causative agents associated with winter dysentery. And so there was a lot of concern about, was this some sort of novel infection in these animals, or a known pathogen that was presenting in a more virulent form. It primarily affected second lactation in older animals that were more than 100 days in milk. So first calf heifers, heifer calves, none of those seem to be substantially impacted. So recently, as of Friday, they did not have a known cause to this. However, over the weekend, a bunch of these samples from these sick animals were tested for high path avian influenza. 2 of the Kansas dairies that are impacted and 1 of the Texas dairy had positive milk samples for HPAI, and then another Texas dairy had a positive like nasal swab for high path avian influenza. Additionally, some of these dairies had reported dead birds on site. which I think is what prompted the decision to test for avian influenza in these animals. At this point in time, I think there's unfortunately a lot more information that we don't know about what is happening with the presence of high path in these cows. But some of the things that we do know is that of the testing that they did on the isolates that they obtained out of these animals, none of the genetic markers that are associated with mammal to mammal transmission, so spread from like cow to cow or cow to people, were present when they did the genetic sequencing of the virus. So they believe that the likely transmission was from bird to cow. They do still believe that this is a multifactorial etiology. So high path probably isn't the only thing that is causing illness in these animals. Whether it's something else weakened the animals' immune systems that allowed them to be more susceptible to high path or vice versa. There's still some factoring there. There are some individuals that work on these dairies that are showing some respiratory symptoms. Those tests are pending on those individuals. So we don't yet know if they are high path infections or some other common respiratory pathogen. I think that's a big one that everybody is waiting for. If in fact these individuals were infected, one of the I think really important pieces is that pasteurization of milk. All of the dairies where these animals have been are grade A dairies. And so all of the milk that leaves there only comes from healthy animals, as well as pasteurized before it goes into commerce. And so that will be protective. So our milk supply continues to be safe. USDA is going to set up, I think, pretty regular calls with state animal health officials to keep them updated kind of on new information and what is happening.
Dr. Smatsky, what is the vector that they think, is it feces from the birds that the cows are ingesting, and they think that's the infected route, or what are they?
That was one of the most common questions in our update call with USDA yesterday morning, was like path of exposure or path of introduction. And a lot of people were asking questions about, like, do wild birds have access to the rations that these animals are being fed? We do suspect that it likely is it's fecal oral. And so the question is it feces in the water source? Is it feces in the food source? Is it just feces in pens where these animals are housed that's causing the exposure?
So Tani, if these workers who are having respiratory difficulty test positive for HPAP, it then becomes labeled a zoonotic disease, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, the interesting thing about avian influenza is that it generally is considered to be a zoonotic disease. This particular strain has not demonstrated any substantial zoonotic capabilities. There are 2 reported cases, I believe, since the onset of this outbreak. One of those was a responder in Colorado that was involved with depopulation and cleanup. That individual was only tested through PCR testing and had no follow-up serum, serological testing to confirm that infection, but that one still remains a case. And then there was another one that I believe was in Europe early on in this outbreak. So the current strain has demonstrated a very low risk to people. If these individuals are infected with high path, it would lend itself to think that maybe the strain has modified or changed enough to potentially be infective to people. The other option is we don't know what their route of exposure was. If they were potentially consuming raw milk on farm, it would be a similar conversation to what we have had regarding like infected foxes or infected coyotes or a kitten that are having like really high challenge doses that are allowing that infection to set up.
Right, Mr. Chairman, then a follow-up question, and you just mentioned it. Does this mean that you need to be sending warnings out to anyone selling raw milk? Because we do have a number of dairies in the state or individuals that sell raw milk, to give them forewarning that that is a possibility.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, that's a great question. I don't know that we have an easily accessible list of how to communicate that. Our messaging from the department is pretty consistently advocating against the consumption of raw milk. So as we get more information and start doing some messaging here in Montana, that will certainly be a talking point. Or a potential talking point as we learn more about what's going on in Texas, but against the consumption of raw milk.
Which comes back to, and you said it was already considered a zoonotic disease. So do we ask for general fund with any of the HPATH that you deal with in Montana, if it is a zoonotic disease?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, so we, a portion of our umbrella cooperative agreement that we receive on an annual basis is dedicated towards avian influenza and response activities. We are very fortunate here in Montana, even though we have had some detections in our commercial poultry facilities here. They are so overwhelmingly self-sufficient that it hasn't taken a lot of state or federal resources to respond to those outbreaks. Should we get into a situation where there was a large amount of inputs that were needed from the state side to respond to high-path avian influenza, USDA has supplemental funding that we can apply for. It just has not been a need for us at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Tawny, some clarification. You said this popped up about a week ago in Texas?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Witchman, it hit our radars. It hit my radar about a week and a half ago. I think the first cases in Texas were reported at the beginning of February. So this has actually been going on down there for well over a month.
Okay. And you said yesterday morning it was verified through testing over the weekend that it could be high path?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Witchman, yes, they were able to identify a high enough viral load in multiple samples to give a strong enough suspicion that high path AI is part of the disease process in these animals.
Okay. I guess the next one is, I think at that point, the board should have been notified about the situation. So going forward, we can just stay up to date and be informed on what's happening out there.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Witchman, my apologies. I believe that, I guess I thought that the previous communication that had come through from Texas a week and a half ago with the announcement had been shared with the board.
I didn't get it.
I saw it somewhere. And it was in the, cause it's been.
Bretta just sent out a notice.
I will, but noted, I will certainly make sure that that communication has been completed for future information.
Tony, this is Jake. So I
Yeah.
think maybe what Greg is getting at is at the point where we had somewhat of an answer yesterday morning, it would have been good to let us know that. I got a couple calls from friends in Kansas and Nebraska, and they told me. And if we knew that ahead of time, it would have been good for us to know if producers call us and ask us what's going on. And the second part of that is that we don't monitor beef cattle like they monitor dairy cattle. And if it can get into dairy cattle, there's nothing saying it can't get into beef cattle. And I'm not monitoring how much each cow eats. I'm not monitoring its milk, any of that stuff. So I think it is, even though they haven't confirmed it in beef cattle, to me, there's a large concern that it could go there. None of us store our cattle feed indoors. And if it's fecal to oral, you know, we've had plenty of high path situations in our commercial poultry operations in the last year. And that tells me that, you know, high path is in our ecosystem and could be going into beef cattle too. So I think for me, when I found out, that was the biggest concern, was that it's getting out there and Montana Stock Growers is notifying board members prior to the department. And to me, that was a little bit concerning yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, completely fair input. I am in Phoenix on vacation, trying to cover many different things, so my apologies. I think that the trifecta of events that happened with vacation, timing of the announcement, and Mike's injury certainly hamstringed some of the completing of that loop, so my apologies. I think that the question about beef cattle is certainly very fair. That was a very common question on the call yesterday. Again, we're in this very unfortunate time in this investigation where there's so much information that we don't know. They are trying to do some level of surveillance of beef cows in the surrounding area around these dairies. But to date, there have not been any reports of illness, calf mortality, calf loss that would suggest that it is in beef cattle. And I think that really lends itself back to the statement that we do believe that it's multifactorial. So it isn't just evidence that if you have a cow and you have a bird in proximity to that cow that's infected with high path AI, that the cow is going to automatically become infected. We think there's some other factor going on in these beef cattle. The other piece that lends itself to that is the fact that it is such a narrow population on these dairies that's affected. If it really was much more easily transmitted from birds to cattle, then you would think that you would see infections in all ages on these dairies, and you're not. It really is multi-parous animals that are over 100 days in milk. But definitely a question that we all have about susceptibility of other species, of other cattle.
Donnie, this is Nina, just sitting here thinking, if we happen to have something like this show up in Montana, does that population of cows get put under quarantine? And that's probably a question you maybe have not even had a chance to work on yet, but I just wondered.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, that's another great question. That question came up yesterday. Texas is, the regulations that exist in Texas do not give them, they don't feel like they have the authority in Texas to quarantine these animals based upon how their laws are written. I was kind of mulling that around based upon what we have in our regulations, and certainly would look for input from Lindsay, our new attorney. But I believe that we do have the authority to quarantine these animals, even though high path AI in cattle isn't specified, isn't the specific disease listed in the reportable conditions.
Thank you.
Great.
Tony, this is Greg. I do want to thank you very much for taking time out of your vacation to be here with us. I do appreciate that very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions for Dr. Samansky on the high path?
Go enjoy.
Yes, well, and is there anything else on the agenda that you need to be involved in?
I think that was the last item for me. So I will be signing off.
that would be just fine. And because, all right, anyone on the board, if you have a question for Dr. Smansky, this is the last chance. So we are gonna let you go, enjoy your vacation and have safe travels.
Thank you, board.
All right. Okay,
Imagine if it gets in a dairy. And if under our rules here, you put that dairy under quarantine, that means they have to dump all their milk, right? Would that,
with the
I,
pasteurization.
yeah, pasteurization kills it, so I mean, you probably have to put in some serious like biosecurity hosing truck tires off and stuff, but I can't imagine that you would have to dump all of the milk if pasteurization kills it.
I don't know how much of it you've read. You were hockeying.
I was
So-
on the hockey.
So,
Yell it.
in reading, Jake and I were visiting about it last night and, a couple things crossed my mind right away. You know, they talk about in the dairy cows and they start, showing, eating less, you know, basically kind of a, influenza type situation, but they said then they would not use the milk. Well, we all know that the appearance of a disease is probably well after the initial onset of the disease.
Exactly.
But then they went on to say, you know, that even though they're dumping the milk, because some of the milk apparently it doesn't even look pleasing, and it doesn't smell good or whatever. But pasteurization, you know, they did mention that in the article to give the public confidence in the product. And then they said for livestock enterprises to be vigilant. So what's that mean? I guess, and what are you gonna do if you see it out there? You know, it's gonna be interesting to see where it goes.
And how long can an animal be infected before they start showing symptoms?
Yeah, that's a
tough question.
yeah, you know that there is a time
There's
period.
always a challenge
So-
in everything.
But I guess the confident thing is that pasteurization, they feel kills the potential infection. So the only vector that would be human, potential human, vector would be unpasteurized raw milk.
So this is kind of just something I've been harping on for the 3 years I've been on this board is biosecurity. Before this came out Monday, I had heard several people in discussions that they thought it could have been something brought across the border from a country that didn't necessarily like us and wanted to affect our food supply system. And when you start talking about that conversation, you've got ASF, you've got FMD, you've got a lot of things that could be coming across border that are undetectable by our border agents.
Well,
And I know I've harped on biosecurity for 3 years, but I really think it's something we need to be pushing and looking at
Careful.
hard.
how many of the gotaways packed a lunch? And what did they have in their lunch?
Where did it come from?
Yeah, where did it come from? I mean,
That's
yeah.
how the swine fever moved around Europe was with people's lunches.
Yeah, so, you know, and here we have this situation in Haiti. Where, you know, they're looking at maybe a lot of influx of people, you know. If you wanna lay awake at night, you can start thinking about things like that. So,
So let me, I don't know if you can answer the question, but I ask
Probably
it
can.
anyway. Okay, if a person has caught H path from the cow and the person goes home and kisses his wife, can he give it to his wife?
Yes, no.
And I ask that in absolute seriousness. I want to know.
I only say this because I am in no way a disease expert, but she did mention that the genetic markers were not there for mammal to mammal. So the cows weren't getting each other sick, just like a human maybe
Would
wouldn't
not
then be
get
able to get
another-
another human sick. It was like you had to touch the bird. Or the cat, well, that's weird
Or
too.
they.
'Cause yeah,
or drink
they-
the milk.
Yeah, it was, yeah, drink the milk, like you have to be the first source. Is what I gathered from her saying that that
is a good point.
testing did not have the marker to be cow to cow, human to human.
Except HPAth, when we first started discussing it around this table, was only in the birds. Pretty soon, they had, predators over in Missoula, they had to put down
Mhm.
because they have HPAth. And now we're over here and we've got dairy cows have HPAth. And it keeps, and maybe the workers
Lock us all down.
at the dairies, and it just keeps kind of swirling around and it's.
We hope that it doesn't turn into brucellosis so that we discuss it at every single board of livestock meeting.
Well,
There's
it's-
a possibility, I suppose.
Been more than.
Yeah, so I think, with that, listen, yeah, Jay, are you ready?
You just zoned out.
You've been ready. So graduation went well. We got our guy graduated and
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, Jay Bodnar, Brands Division Administrator, and yes, so we had Law Enforcement Academy graduation today. Levi Stovall is officially through and post-certified, so congratulations to him. And we have our next candidate that will start April 1, that goes into the academy for 3 months, so
just one.
just one. Yeah.
So how many more are on the list that need to have people certified?
Well, right now, actually, I think this will be the only employee that we have. I think the one other one that is not post certified. I don't know, they may have some change in plans, so we don't really know yet, so. Our recent hire that we've hired for this district right here is currently post certified, so they won't have to go through the academy, and so from there, that's what kind of where we're at. They do occur twice or 3 times during the year. Our candidates get in either the January or the April timeframe. They have one in the fall, but we typically, I don't think I've ever done that because that's our busy season. So
what's the cost to us for
I think about 6,000 to 7,000, somewhere in that neighborhood to run through the academy. Yeah,
I guess it's
certainly an investment, but
yeah. Situation that we hope they never encounter, but if they do, we hope that they have the expertise behind them to take care of it.
yeah, it's pretty interesting, when you listen to just the training and all that it entails. It's pretty extensive, so. I mean, it's everything that any law enforcement officer across the state goes through, and our folks are right there with them, so. Which is beneficial certainly for any kind of, if we have to assist in any other kind of calls, we're certainly trained, or if they help assist us too, so. Okay. All right, I will dig in. I don't think I'm gonna keep you here too long today, and certainly I'll keep you on track. So just to start with, first agenda item is once again a look at the legislative and administrative role revisions proposals. Now, I brought this to the board at the last board meeting. I have done some additional work. So this is tab 5. Make sure everybody's there and up and running. So the first one, this is 81.3.2.11. This one, as a reminder, would allow for digital copies, to allow the use of digital copies for inspections. And once again, this is for travel or transportation purposes only. And there would be no change of ownership through any kind of digital copies. I did put some specific language in there, kind of referring to what we did. So that's on subset 5. that specific language where, that was kind of my draft. Now, when it gets to, if this does move forward, the drafters of legislative services, they may tweak that a little bit, but, certainly that's kind of our initial proposal for what the language would look like. I did also run this by our brand staff just to kind of get their take on, does this language look like this would comply with what we would need? The only thing that I did really hear back from them is they just wanted to make sure that, we would have a legible copy of that inspection, or a lifetime. You need both sides of that because it's front and back. So I don't know that we can necessarily write that into statute. Maybe we do, but that's the other thing that we would maybe look at, making some changes to that, or maybe it's an administrative rule that's attached to this. That would be another option too. So some things that we are looking at. I did kind of want to try to copy it after Fish, Wildlife and Parks and their statute, because, what they're currently doing. And so I did look through their statute. I did look through their ARM rule. I think their statute's a little more vague, so it just says that you have to present a copy of your license. So I don't think they were as specific as we were, where we're saying you need the original. And so, I don't know that they necessarily had to do any kind of statute change in ARM rule. The one gentleman I did reach out to, he was gonna kind of look, but hasn't gotten back yet in time. So I don't know that that really matters at this point. Well, I just kind of forge forward with what I think would be the appropriate type language for us to comply with. So. So that's the first one. Any questions on that? Yep. Okay. So, secondly, no changes in this one. This is 81.3.215 and 81.3.232. This deals specifically with inspection of dead animals in feedlots. Once again, we would recommend that we would repeal both of these statutes. This was previously identified in the red tape from, I think, the previous administrator, and brought to the board. To my knowledge, and everyone that I've talked to, and I think other members here have talked to, any feedlot owners, this is really not currently industry practice. And I don't know that we necessarily need to make it current industry practice at this point. I think there are a number of feedlot owners that probably don't know that this even exists, this statute, and I don't think there's compliance with it. I would say probably no compliance with this one.
It's almost like adding insult to injury.
Yes.
I mean, you're to inspect something that died, that only cost you much, and you gotta pay another $1 to tell you that it died.
I can certainly see, it's an old statute. It was on the books for a reason. I see that, the reason it was probably put in place originally, just to make sure that things were occurring correctly. And if there was an animal, that there was no, misdeeds being done by maybe a feedlot owner. But currently, I think, that business relationship is what is occurring in these kind of situations. So. Once again, this would be another one that if we were to move forward these, we would certainly reach out to the industry and let them know, not only this one, but the whole slate of what we have planned, and certainly get their input. So. Any questions on that? Okay, I will continue to move on. So the next one is 81.9.112. This one specifically, we were in the ARM rule 32.18.404 and 403. Originally, we were looking at the ARM rule repeals, and then realized that those ARM rules are attached to 81.9.112. And so originally made some language proposal changes to that. When we brought this to the board at the last meeting, we did have I guess quite a bit broader discussion about hide inspections at slaughter plants. So the board asked us as a brand staff to meet with Mr. Fettis and talk through this issue. We did get a chance. I gave him a few days break after his bull sale before I called him. And even then, I think it was probably not the most convenient, but he was willing and a good sport to get on a call with us. And so we included Mr. Pettis, myself, our assistant administrator, and then another brand staff, district investigator. So I kind of wanted to give a little bit of background on what currently we do. So our brand inspectors, our state inspectors, do work with their local inspectors to make sure they try to make sure that these slaughter plants or the locals or themselves are there to inspect hides. But I don't know that because we've had probably a number of turnover with our staff, I think that it's a good reminder for us to go out, one, internally, to make sure that our district investigators are communicating very clearly with their locals, inspectors, deputy stock inspectors, that these inspections are to occur. Our conversation kind of covered the gamut. We talked a little bit about, do we need the law in place? If we do, how do we make sure that we do get better compliance, not only with internally, but with these slaughter plants and their requirements that we're asking them to do. We decided at the end of the day that it's probably better to go out with a more thorough educational, informational type letter to all the plants. So that would include all the custom exempt, all the state plants, and then all the federal plants. And so in this informational letter, we would, one, say, this is the current rule for hide inspections. This is the statute. This is how it reads. This is what we expect you to comply with. And then knowing full well that they're going to have to turn around and talk to their customers to say, this is what we need from you. We would also include an informational sheet, basically, that they could hand or read off of to their customers to say, here's your options, get a pre-slaughter inspection, get a hide or get a brand inspection. So it gives them at least something that they can help them make sure that their customers also comply with. So that's kind of our thought. Jake, anything there that I might have missed or your thoughts?
No, you covered it pretty well. Just a little background on our conversation. So, I mean, it talks about hide inspections in here. I think we looked and it was written in the 30s. Is that right? I mean, it's way back. So obviously, when there was a hide market, plants were holding on to those hides and selling them. Today, like I explained to Jay, we slaughter beef on Monday and Friday, and those hides get picked up on Tuesday and go to landfill. So then we discussed having inspectors at the plant to inspect those animals. Well, they get dropped off in a 4-hour period in the morning. And I don't think we want state employees or local inspectors to sit at a meat plant for 4 hours on their slaughter day. So, you know, it is state law, it has to be done on. It says here, this inspection may be waived, talking about hide inspections for animals inspected by state or deputy stock inspector on a pre-slaughter inspection. So really what we came up with is we've got to educate the plants and the plant's customers that an animal cannot be slaughtered at a meat plant unless it comes in with a blue brand inspection. That does not mean a bill of sale, because that animal hasn't necessarily been inspected. It has to be a blue copy of the brand inspection. That's in county too. So it's not just crossing county lines. So like he said, it's gonna take some education, and then, well, back up, and then the other thing we discussed a little bit is who's gonna look at those brand inspections and make sure that 9 animals got slaughtered and there's brand inspections for 9 animals. I mean, there's a lot of work we have to do yet as a department to figure this out, because in the Northwest, is it West that was on?
Yep.
West is from up there, and they actually do this. They go and inspect hides at the plants. I've had my plant for 4 years. I've never heard from a brand inspector. I've never seen a brand inspector. Nobody said anything to me about this, so different parts of the state are doing it.
My blue papers are in my pickup to drop off.
Yep.
Cause there's nobody to look at them.
No, so
I have them in my pickup.
different parts of the state are handling it differently, and some of the parts of the state aren't handling it. It's kind of like Alicia's state law that she came to us with earlier today. I think there's just, like he said, there's been turnover, and there's inspectors and deputy inspectors that don't even know this exists.
So we just need to educate, not go out and.
Yes,
education before enforcement. I think this department's been, we talked about that too, been very, very diligent about education before enforcement. And I think that's the route that we think would be the best way to go.
So the scenario of Dinah has someone come out and slaughter that animal at her farm, drops the hide at her farm and takes the carcass to your meat plant to get processed. So you process 10 animals and you have 9 hides. Then how do we?
None of this is
handle that?
figured out.
I mean, technically, we're supposed to inspect that hide, so you would want that hide to travel with that carcass to be inspected.
Okay, well,
Or
that's
have
just.
it done.
Or have it
Yeah.
done before a pre-slaughter inspection.
And that blue slip would go with the carcass.
And hopefully, I mean, we're right now, we're being a little pessimistic on the value of hides, but hopefully someday there'll be some value to these hides so that there would be a reason to take that hide to the, there's always, we gotta be a little optimistic.
Put it on the website right away, or if you're gonna do something, because I call one brand inspector, you don't have to look at it on the website, it's not even on there. I go, well, yeah, well, I know better, because we had that discussion there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, from a producer standpoint, certainly that pre-slaughter inspection is much easier to do. I think accomplish, you can get that done beforehand, so you're not in a rush, and that would make it life easier, at least for the producer and really for the processor too, so. So it was a good discussion.
Yeah.
I think, certainly we recognize the importance of the statute and why it's there. Once again, we want to make sure if people are slaughtering an animal, it's their animal and not their neighbors. And so, there is some importance to why the statute was put in place. It's been there for like 80, 90 years. So I don't think not quite 100 yet, but it's close.
So you couldn't do a market permit, because it's got the brand and ownership on it. Like a travel,
But because it says right here, it has to be inspected by a state or deputy state stock inspector,
Yeah.
so. It will have to be grand inspection.
And you're not proposing any changes to that, really?
So not to that specific part of that language. Now so getting back to the original discussion of what we were looking at for the, repealing the arm rules, there is just a few changes on number 2 and number 3 that would comply with removing the arm rules. So that's, back to our original discussion of why we even brought this, to the board in the first place. So, but Jake's discussion with the hide and the slaughter facilities, we're not proposing any changes to that first, number 1 subsection. So was I clear on that? Yeah. So once again, it was a good discussion. I think it was, important for us as a department to recognize that, certainly there's some education internally and externally that we'll do. And, we look forward to making sure that people are aware and follow the law.
When it was 81.9.112, we still have a proposed change.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, so back to that. So 81.9.112, that was referred to, it's tied to the 2 arm rules that we were looking at originally repealing. And so the proposed changes deal with those repeals of the arm rules 3218, 404, and 403. And so that was the brand inspection stamp. That's really what got us moving down this road, is this brand inspection stamp is not used by anyone. And then also it's quarters to be stamped. So when we wanted to repeal that, we realized that those 2 rules are tied to 81.9.112. And so the only changes in 81.9.212 are dealing with repeal of these arm rules.
89.112, not 212.
112, excuse me. Yes, right.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, just for clarification, the paragraph above number 2 where you're having the subtraction, The line, the inspector shall mark the hide in the manner prescribed by the department is not the same thing as this.
Correct. Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Simonson, the stamp was really for the carcass itself. So after the hide's removed, they were to put a stamp on that carcass.
Okay,
So while we're looking at changes to 819112, number 4 can be gotten rid of as well, because if we're getting rid of it in the rules, then we're not inspecting the meat or stamping it either. Right there.
Yeah, we would remove stamped on that. I don't know that we would remove the entire subsection 4.
well, what other, I mean, inspected, you're not. If it's a custom exempt plant, then that would be, if I'm gonna have something slaughtered for my own use, I would I would assume I'd go to a custom exempt. So there would be no inspection required.
And that's, yeah, Mr. Chairman, so that's basically what that says. I think it's just a clarification. If you're doing it on your own, you don't need it inspected, and so. But it says inspected or stamped, so I think you would just simply
But it says
remove
meat.
of or stamped.
It says meat inspected or stamped, not.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
what gets me. It says meat inspected, which the brand department's not inspecting meat if
Correct.
we're not stamping quarters.
Yep,
So
that may be one that we do look at. You're right. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep, good catch.
Okay, so you wanna strike through.
So yeah, we would probably look at striking subsection 4. I'd probably do a little bit of follow-up with that just to make sure that we're reading it correctly, but indications are, yeah, we could strike that too.
Okay.
Boy, it's a good thing we hired an attorney. She's been referenced a lot today.
Sit in her office every day.
I can see from my vantage point that her ears perk up whenever we start talking about statutes and rule changes and things like that, that she is very attentive. So,
All right, well, thank you, board. Any other discussions on that? If not, I would just continue to move on. Just a couple of quick other updates I have for you, and then
so no action this time. We're gonna wait one more month before
Sure.
we actually take the action.
Yep.
And then we will still, we will take action, and then we will take them out to the industry as a proposed change and ask for input. Is that the plan? And when do we have to have this stuff, the statute? I mean, the rules, we can do whatever, but the statute change would have to be done by when?
May 6th,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, is when the concepts have to go, so
So,
action by.
so
May
we're not
6th.
gonna have time on the statute change to get it out to the industry to really, I mean, I guess we could get it out to the leadership. Is that,
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, so certainly I think the industry is watching the last 2 board meetings, so they'll have some reference of that. But in addition to that, I've kind of utilized somewhat of our brand advisory committee folks a bit. So that includes at least a number of the ag industries and then a couple of representatives from there to provide some of that language. It just seemed like a pretty good list. So we could certainly do that.
well, I
Very quickly, very
was more concerned with the time frame to make sure that we kind of keep everything within our time frame, so we don't miss a deadline. That's basically.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Just quickly, I was just gonna give you a quick update on where we're at for the market and dealer license renewals. So we did send all of those letters out on the 18th, so March 18th. Typically, we were trying to do it the 1st of April, but we decided we just give people a little bit more time. So we moved that time frame up. We figured earlier is better than later. So we want to make sure that they have adequate time. There's still an option for an online renewal. We had plans to make some changes, some improvements to the online version of that. And then we quickly realized that any changes to those online capabilities takes a little bit more work, a little bit more time. So basically, we didn't have time to do that this round. We do have pretty significant changes that we would like to do for the online. So basically, our vision is that they could just put in their dealer license, all their information comes up, and then they would make any changes that they would want, or just verify that information and then pay online. So that's our vision. Hopefully we can get that done by next year. So I
You
want
don't
to make
have
it.
that yet?
No, that currently does not exist. They can register online and they can pay online, but it's not, all their information isn't put in on the online capabilities where they can just put in their dealer license. So that doesn't
It
exist.
doesn't have an autofill,
Right.
basically.
But if I apply for a shipping permit,
No, this is dealer license.
well, it all pops up. There it is. Just, I put my name in, bing, there it is. So it's there. It's in the system, the ability. You just haven't attached it to the dealers.
Well, it's a different, this online system is, it is through the state IT, so it's a little different. So once again, that is our vision, yes, to make it easy for everyone, and that's why we wanted it that way, is to, you know, I would prefer people to pay online because they would prefer that also. It's easy, they can make changes, but once again, any changes that you make to the state system, I mean, there's a lot of security, it's just a lot of requirements. It takes longer than you ever thought it would, so.
Yeah.
Our plan is to, once again, we wanted to make some at least slight improvements. But next year, our goal is to make that fully automated, so. So just as a reminder, those licenses are due by May 1, so that's in statute. And we're already starting to see quite a few arrive in the mail, so people are sending them in and we appreciate that. So make sure that we keep everybody compliant and get their licenses renewed. And then just lastly, Google AI. So this is the project, once again, that we would utilize Google to we would scan our inspections in, our paper inspections. Google picks up a certain percentage of that information. We verify it, put the remainder of the information in, and it all goes into service now. So that really has been a bit on hold while Google and their Blue Vector, they're doing some replatforming on their whole process. So we really have only met once since the last board meeting, and it was just kind of an update, and nothing really of substance. So I don't have a lot, unfortunately, to update you on that project at this point. Our brand staff is working very diligently in preparation when this goes live, so that we're all prepared and ready to roll. So I think that was about all I had for my list today. If you have any other questions?
Well, I have a question on our brand system.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that maybe we still have a hiccup or two. Is that?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, so yeah, so our ServiceNow program, I mean, we're continually to work on, there's a few defects. Mostly we've used it for workarounds that we can fix that, or at least find ways to work. We have about 20 issues maybe on our to-do list of projects to get done with ServiceNow, working with the contractor. So I don't know that we'll probably ever have zero. I think we'll always continue to look at ways to modify, improve it, continue to do that. So there are no, I would say, no major issues that we're facing currently. It's mostly just ways to make things, I think, work a little bit more efficiently is how I would look at it. So unless maybe other folks are hearing something differently, but that's, we have been authorized we have more hours to work with contractors. So we're set up in that manner. And we're still working with the same contractor, and she's the one, and she has one other person working with her that addresses our defects. it does, we did learn that it does take a little bit of time to get, once they, the contractor does the fix, it takes a week or two to get through the state IT system. We test it, then it has to go through the state IT system, and they do that like every other week. So there's a lag time, basically, to get those improvements up and into the system.
Have you increased the font size?
We did. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, it did. Once again, so you increase font size, increases the number of pages, which is kind of a downside. But you can read it. So there's still some, we still actually have some modification to the PDFs on our list to tackle, but it's not at the top of the list.
Other questions, comments?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board. If anything comes up, I'm always available.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
BLM is holding a meeting on it, bid and billing on Thursday, April 11th on the sage grouse. Plan that they're coming out, they've issued an alternative and they're having a meeting on that day. Alternative 5, which incorporates information from the western states, which is that just popped up on my New York. Thought it was appropriate for a meeting. Oh, we just talked about that at some point.
So.
Okay.
Think I've covered everything on my list unless you had anything else, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else? So, Alan, you want to expound a little bit on that or have any other comments on something?
Well, I get this from the Western Landowners Alliance, and it just, they released their draft environmental impact statement and plan amendments for sage grouse, pursuing alternative 5. And, the whole 11 in-person open house meeting, 2 virtual public meetings. So meet Tuesday, April 9th, a virtual meeting, Thursday, April 11th in Billings, then these other ones are in Reno, Colorado, Cheyenne, Rock Springs, Orland.
So is there anyone, do you have sage grouse? Or Greg, do you have sage grouse?
Once in a while, not full time.
I've shot them up there.
About 20 miles east of us is kind of where you get into the sagebrush that they're around all the time. I think in all my life, I've seen them on our place twice in 60 years.
I used to have them all over in eastern Montana where I grew up. They're behind the barn, they're all over.
All right, well, I guess, we are to comments from, the public on non-agenda or from producer organizations, so we have a producer organization representative here.
Well, thank you guys for having us.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah,
for the
sorry.
record, please.
Again, I'm Ellie Brighton. I am with Montana Stock Growers Association, Government Affairs. So I'm happy to be here, always happy to hear what you guys have to say, and I always learn something, so I'm grateful for that. And again, just love to be a resource if you guys ever need anything.
Okay, well, thank you. Is there any public?
All participants online, Mr. Chair, are staff. So no public comment online.
Okay, so now we're down to the setting the date for the next board meeting.
Before we do that,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, do we have a list of guests that the department would like invited for the groundbreaking?
I mentioned that to Brian, and yes,
We do not currently have a list that I'm aware of, but we
Alan
certainly
just
need to
told
pull one
me
together.
that one of the lead legislators died,
yeah,
just died. And which I'm very sorry.
So Mike
because-
has he had a list of those people that he had in mind.
Yeah.
to invite,
Well, and that's what I told him, I said he needs to get with Mike
because
ahead of that and make sure.
Absolutely.
And try,
Cause Mike was gonna make sure. he
do our
also
best not to
Offend anybody.
forget someone that thinks they're important,
Well,
or is important.
right, but some of them are.
Yeah, geez. Somebody that thinks they're important.
That's the worst part of it.
Ego is a big thing in this world.
And
So-
then Greg will get back to us by the next meeting to let us know the date or before.
I guess as
It's
soon
gotta
as,
be
as soon as we have a date that, from the, architectural firm
Okay.
solidified and they have to coordinate with the other parties involved, so that, and they said they would do that, so. They said they'd do it, so we're gonna let them do it, and, so I'm hoping that before the next meeting, you'll hear something, update. But yes, when you start pulling three entities together, it's always gonna be, and then notifying everybody that wants to attend, needs to attend, whatever, so. But as soon as we can, and, with that, anything else to come before this besides, setting the date for our next meeting? All right, what's, so now, William, you said you changed from Wednesday to Tuesday, is that correct? So then Wednesdays work better for you than Tuesdays,
Yes,
all right?
but I also have a meeting on the 17th, so I don't know what on
Of April?
Yes.
We would probably go the next week, just to give, we need to give, centralized services time enough to kind of get information together, otherwise we're gonna see the same thing we saw this.
Yeah.
Through April and May, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays are probably no-goes for me.
No goes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
So then Monday,
Well,
Monday,
let me
well, Monday's
rephrase.
not good.
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because I'll be pulling cedars every Monday and breeding cows every Wednesday through Friday. And I do all the breeding.
But he's breeding on.
I know.
You're gonna have to not pull cedars on,
I don't know what to
22nd.
tell you.
you can't pull cedars on.
Well,
the
and
22nd.
Mondays is not a good day for,
Donna can't do lunch if we do Monday.
no, Mondays are not a good day for.
So Wednesday, the
staff.
24th, somebody else is gonna have to breed.
I don't know that I have anybody else to breed.
It's your-
Mr. Chair, just to take the 24th and the 25th possibly off the table, Mr. Bodnar, Mike Spatz and myself will be at a off-site retreat those 2 days. A leadership retreat, which we can't get out of.
So now that we're putting the load back on William for the 20, is that the 23rd?
That's terrible.
Well, you can, I probably might not be here, though, it's up to you
We're
guys.
probably gonna be missing a board member at the next meeting, I'm guessing, so.
Well, but
Depending on my
missing a
life.
board member is one thing, missing three critical staff, especially if we don't have Brian here and Mike's not here yet.
That would be bad.
I'm not prepared
Do what
to,
we wanna do.
yeah, so, but we've got to have a meeting because we've got a
Yeah.
lot of business that's gotta be finalized.
Yeah.
So we don't have a choice. So what's your
So
pleasure?
you go 24th, 25th, 26th is your retreat? Brian,
I'm sorry, say again.
24th, 25th and 26th?
No, just the Wednesday and Thursday, the 24th and 25th.
Well, there's another thought. If we're doing the groundbreaking the second, if we have a really short meeting at the lab, a board meeting at the lab, we could do 2 in one day.
I don't think we can have a short meeting with all of the stuff.
Now, all the stuff has to be done. before the 6th.
That's true.
It's gonna be a
Well, plus, hopefully Mike will be back and we can get this evaluation behind us. I just hate having that hang out there. So,
Well, he said 2 months. Didn't you say Mike was out 2 months?
Well,
Preliminary diagnosis.
can't drive.
Well, then,
That's for sure.
if he's out 2 months, he's not back in here till June.
Yeah, and if he isn't, then well, tell Jim, we won't, we will not do it without him, I guess it's.
We can cancel it and do it next year.
Well, we're getting old, I mean, we're getting close. So. What's your pleasure? We're gonna have, looks to me like either the 23rd or the 26th. So,
Whatever you guys want to do.
whichever one of you guys. we wanna
You
load-
know our schedule, so you guys just pick a
I'd
day.
say
Who's
shoot
ever
for the
not here,
23rd,
not here.
26th, my daughter's birthday, so.
Okay.
The 23rd is the day
William?
after my birthday, but it's
I guess,
Is my
okay. I know, we said this last year.
We did?
Yeah,
Oh.
You're gonna be all, you're gonna be all 31.
I know.
My wife's Don't forget that.
Oh, geez.
That's okay.
uh,
Thank you.
You won't be able
you
to hit
think,
40 years
you
from now.
think people that not as my age are old people, but I guarantee you, when you get here, it's not old.
But she's gonna be here, she's not gonna be here any better than I do in 40 years.
We'll see about
Probably listening to too loud of music.
So
All right,
listed for
the 23rd.
Okay.
All right, William, maybe, you know, I don't know what your schedule is, but if you could come in even late, you know, you're welcome to show up anytime if it fits, if it would fit your schedule, so. You know, I'm sorry we can't accommodate everybody, but that just looks like the day that works the best for. Okay, the 23rd it is. Any other business to come before this meeting?